to. I wanted to not play at Evo that year, and they end up somehow making it that far. It's kind of annoying, but
Alrighty.
it was a
Hello.
very good run. Like I was
Stream,
very
how's it
happy.
going? Oh,
Honestly, I didn't
it's
think I
getting
was
pissed.
going
Hold on.
to
Hold on a
just
sec.
complain about Street Fighter
Dropping
5 being
frames.
better. I felt like that was going to be me. I was very happy that
No
I was
problem.
actually able to even get third place. It was cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop down the bit rate just a tad. Just a tad.
Okay.
Put that silk gown back on. Get comfortable because you are moving in to top 24.
I was feeling very good when coming into Evo because I just had so much momentum from a lot of tournaments.
Luckily,
that I
Virtua Fighter does not have a lot of
won.
explosions, so the bit rate doesn't need to be
Tournament,
crazy
you
high.
know, and looking at my path,
Hello, stream. How's it going, everyone?
my path was a lot of people
I knew,
played
I
on
Hello.
knew, I
and
knew
successful,
Evo would
so
be
I was very
like
good
slow to start. I was
in
like,
my
I bet
going
it
into
just always is
Evo.
every single time. Volume is low. All right, am I low, or is just the background volume low? Because we want the background volume to be kind of low because we're going to be talking over it. But let me introduce everyone to our guest, Chanchai, our VF expert. I always message him whenever I have questions about VF. And like, how does this work? What's the frame situation here? How do you beat wake-up kicks?
Well, I'll be happy to answer that question for anyone that asks that. But yeah, but it's good to be here. Thank you very much for having me. I'm really excited. This is as a VF player, as a VF fan, this is probably like actually the best Devo ever for us. I'm just really excited. This weekend's been awesome. I hope the chat can hear me well. So please let us know if you can hear me as well.
Yeah, and we can turn up your audio, turn up my audio. I have power with the audio. Thanks so much, Steele, for the donation. I really appreciate that. Mark, go the whole stream without taking shots at Tekken 8. Oh my God, I'll let. Whew. That will be a challenge. That's the ultimate challenge. I'm not guaranteeing that's gonna happen. That's probably not gonna happen, Steele. There's gonna be at least a few. There's gonna be at least a few jabs. I can't help myself. Whenever I restream Evo, I'm like, I'm gonna not say anything. I'm not gonna smack talk. And like 5 minutes in, I'm smack talking. So it's just in me. It cannot be stopped.
You are Mark MSX after all.
That's right. I can't stop
we all
myself.
know. It's
Yeah.
like
Holy
the
smokes.
audience is here for you.
Yeah.
So,
Exactly.
Pretty free, honestly. I kind of watched them.
Yeah, so here's the question whenever Evo begins, how much delay do you think we'll get? So it says it's going to start in 40 seconds. I remember VF Japan, it was like 40 minutes. And I called them like the stream's not going to start for another 40 minutes. It was like exactly that.
oh, from my experience, we'll see because it's usually on production's end. It's
Yep.
usually on. It's almost always production's end. For the VF community, we usually are there pretty early, and VF plays really fast, honestly. So it's usually just us waiting on production.
Yeah, I know you're a joking Steel, definitely. Yeah, definitely. But yeah, I do remember last year I restreamed. Not that I restreamed it, but last year I restreamed Third Strike because I was like, okay, an actual cool game. Let's restream that. And I was out of town because I didn't get word back from Evo and that I could restream it until like that morning. I was like, thanks, Evo. So now I got to drive back. But I was so, out of town. I was like, all right, I'm going to be like an hour and a half late to start the stream. But at least, I'll catch the back half of it. Third Strike was so delayed that I arrived when it started. I was like, okay. So here we are. I'm not I'm an hour and a half late, but so is Third Strike. Hopefully, though,
Yeah.
because this is played on... Is this on PC? I heard at VF Japan they were playing on PCs. Is that correct?
Yes. Well, because R.E.V.O at the moment is only on PC, so it's got to be on R.E.V.O and it's got to be on
Yes.
PC.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
so cool, though, because that's pretty rare for Evo to do, right? 'Cause especially owned by Sony, I believe. Like, they want their PlayStations, don't
I
they?
think so. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if after World Stage comes out that it'll be on PS5s
Yep.
at the Sony-owned events. But I'll just say there's trade-offs to both. But PC's been amazing. It's been amazing to have the game on PC. it's been amazing to see how many players actually have only really wanted it to be on PC.
Yeah. Thanks so much,
The
Retroman, for
show,
the donation. He's asking how much money to send Mark to attorney. Not a lot. I kind of want to go to one and get my butt handed to me, but I'm more there to, like, you know, check it out and talk to people, because my server isn't that great or anything. And I always want to sit down and play more Virtua Fighter 5, but it's kind of hard right now to find a little bit of time. But I would love to go to a tournament.
it'd be awesome to have you, and you know, as usual, the tournaments are great. So I hope you can make it out to them.
I was thinking of going to R.E.V.O this year, but I was like, I've already done 2 trips this year, and I don't know. Not this time, but something. I'll definitely try to go to something. Maybe, I don't know. Something, is there like a kind of region, because you're in California, right? Is there like kind of a VF regional in that area? Because I could go to Cali.
So I'm actually in Oregon. So I'm in Oregon, but there is a
in
gathering.
Oregon.
In October,
Nice.
there's a gathering in Los Angeles, and then a week later, VF will be at the Portland Retro Game Expo. So October 10th
Oh,
is
really?
Angeles, and then Portland Retro Game Expo
This
October
year?
17th. Yes.
Because my
It's
friend,
awesome.
I
Oh.
went to Portland Retro Gaming Expo last year, and I just like
Yeah.
wandered around and stuff.
It's a really fun event. I
Yeah.
love it, and VF tournament's going to be great there. But the Los Angeles gathering is going to be really, really cool. Homestay
Yeah.
Akira is be there, as well as Chinpanjay.
Oh,
So-
nice.
And then Homestay Akira's wife is Tetsuko Yamada. She's an amazing player. She's in this tournament. She just fell short of top 24, or she got into top 24.
Wow.
But she, and honestly, it was a threat to be, you know, almost top 8. But she's one of the very best organizers in the whole global Virtua Fighter community. She does so much for Virtua Fighter in Japan.
I bet.
Just running events, and it's just nonstop and finding sponsors for players and stuff, and all independent. She's amazing.
Oh yeah, Japan, the Virtua Fighter scene seems really active there, because whenever I'm trying to find Virtua Fighter tournaments, I'm like, okay, you can find them, you know, to watch and stuff. They're mostly all Japanese tournaments.
By the way, the person who just walked up was my friend Renzo. You're gonna see the name as Yellowtail, and Renzo is the only American who made it into this top 8.
Wow.
That said, Tricky had a real almost got in to this top 8.
What happened
Gentleman
to Gentleman Thief? That's what I was gonna ask.
So Gentleman Thief had to fight. You know, this is a really vicious. This is a real. Gentleman Thief had to fight against Himajan. Okay, so 2 Americans, because Himajan represents Canada. They do work there.
Yeah.
And they did go to college there. So Himajan and Renzo are the only ones who made it into the top 8 that represent North America. Gentleman Thief and Himajan fought an insanely close down to the wire battle yesterday.
They just that's crazy, because I've been watching all the regionals, and it's just them battling each other in all the North American regions.
Yeah.
So that's crazy.
That's true.
They ended up having to eliminate one another to get into top 8.
That's how it goes. You know, there's a lot of really strong Japanese players in it, and like top tier of the Japanese.
Oh yeah.
And so
This is
not
a modern sort of like Street Fighter situation. This is classic.
Yeah.
The Japanese players rule the game. They are a step ahead of the rest of the world from what I can see, and it's insane.
But Shiwapan did give shout outs to Gentleman Thief, that said that, you know, like Gentleman Thief really is up there with them, and it was an amazing battle again.
Yeah, I was watching the qualifiers, and it seemed like Himajan and Gentleman Thief are kind of in there, and there was another one too that was also really up there too.
Well, so like in this case though, Renzo Yellowtail had actually, to get into this top 8, eliminated R.E.V.O, who is like the best Go player in the world and the best Eileen actually.
Wow.
Yeah. You know.
Thanks so much.
And then
he donated $2. Virtua Fighter and Diet Coke killer combo. That's right. I got it right here. Thank you very much.
And you can see down that you, Sarah, on the in the losers bracket there, YOU, actually pronounced Yo, but we'll call him you.
You,
Sorry,
yes.
you, Sarah.
I watch his
Sarah,
streams all the time.
They had an extremely good battle with Tricky. Tricky actually had a good shot to kind of turn it around, but you sealed the deal, and so you is of course in here, and you is definitely one of the strongest players as well. And then as you know,
Sarah
Homestay
too. A lot of
Homestay
top 8s I've
Kiera
been watching. Not too many Sarah players.
And the person who knocked Homestay Akira into the losers bracket was Nyanta. Now Nyanta.
Uh-oh, Chanchai, we've lost you. We've lost your audio. You've gone mute. Uh-oh, is that on my end? Hold on. Did Discord crash on me? Hold on. Discord? What's going on here? Hold on, sorry. It might be Discord. Hang on.
This is really open-ended and up in the air. Anybody can qualify for this.
Get over here, Discord. Where are you?
Closing it as I thought it was yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. No, we've had a lot of upsets throughout the weekend and a lot of results that we did not expect to see.
For sure.
And I think this
No,
is
Discord's still going.
through the rest of the tournament.
Lost your audio, buddy.
You know, it's you see these matches a lot. You know, these players that
Okay.
have such huge
Well,
legacies
I'm sure
right,
Chanchai is going to
that have
figure
a
out
lot
his
of
audio
success.
situation
Yeah,
because
you kinda
Discord's
get
still
comfortable
going. It's okay.
seeing, you know, oh, this name's going to show up here. But
So he'll get it figured out. Anyway, while we're waiting, I've been watching all of the regional qualifiers, and these two commentators have been doing the commentary for all the regional stuff. They're really good, so it's cool that they got a chance to be there at R.E.V.O.
All right, I am back.
You're
I
back.
apologize.
That's fine. That's fine. We still have yet to get into a match anyway, so it's fine.
Yeah, indeed. But it's awesome. We got. Oh, this is going to be very, very fun. So we've got Densetsu, one of the most aggressive Jean players that I've ever seen.
Jean seems to be just very popular top tier. A lot of the tournaments, a lot of Jeans happening. Not that I like Jean's style, so it's cool, but would you say Jean is like a really powerful character?
They are, though. The Japanese don't exactly put them at the highest tier. It's just that with VF we have a lot of character specialists. So so the Jean players just are some of the really strong players play Jean. But I think but indeed Jean is extremely strong. Jean's a character that's designed around the normal hit. And so they play a strong spatial game because they can keep away pretty well, which stands out for Virtua Fighter.
Yes, it does.
Not that many characters.
I love the
really,
charge type of mechanic with the tax too. That's really cool.
It's at higher level that aspect of Jean's game where he can charge attack and then cancel, and cancel into other moves or just guard cancel, or specifically cancel into other moves. With Jean, it makes it like quite a mental stack activity at the higher level because as you play at a higher level, you're reacting more. Or you may be using reactions more as opposed to force guess. But when you do that, someone like Jean kind of can really mess you up because attacks are being canceled from other attacks.
Oh, absolutely. So especially with the flow of Virtua Fighter. I've noticed I've played quite a few Jeans, and obviously not at a super high level, but there's that sort of like staccato rhythm where it's like, okay, you're into the usual sort of flow and back and forth of, you know, frame advantage, frame disadvantage, and then Jean just stops and like holds a beat for 1 second. And you're like, wait, what's happening? And then you get nailed. Yeah, I think it's a really effective technique the character has to break up sort of the usual Virtua Fighter flow in a scary way.
Now that said, the opponent is the absolute favorite for so the person we see on screen on the left is Shiopon. Shiopon is often considered the top 2 player in the world, but I have a great case for being the number 1. Actually, I just think it's just back and forth between them and Tonchan. But Tonchan has kind of been the one to come out on top at more events. But Shiopon is the greatest teacher of VF, I think. Period. Like they really are. And then on top of that, they play the closest to the quote-unquote ideal game for a lot of people. For people that want to like guess as little as possible, react as much as possible, use knowledge as much as possible, that's Shiopon. And so Shiopon is also what I call the master of defense. It is really hard to hit Shiopon. And Shiopon understands every character at a deep level. They will like they know their character more than pretty much anyone. And technically, if you're like, who's the best at such and such character, the, not everyone will say Shiwapon, but privately, it's like Shiwapon might be on some of the cast. So,
Yeah.
like maybe on Blaze, maybe on Wolf, any character, but Pi is the character they're known for.
Yeah,
and they're
and
also
I think I remember watching B Tribe. Did his team win in B Tribe? Or I'm trying to remember because I remember the name and I remember.
No, but so Tonchan's team won this year, right?
Right.
Whereas,
Right.
and then
That's
2 years ago it was the other team, but Shiwapon was a huge threat and was a match to watch. And in the case of Shiwapon's team, though, it was single-handedly about Shiwapon, and he almost single-handedly took down the team that won.
Right.
So-
Right. All right, here we go. Yes. Okay, so the Jean player is
Densetsu, also a
Densetsu.
pro-Japanese,
okay.
or pro Street Fighter 6 player as well,
Hold on,
licensed
I'm
in
gonna
Japan.
turn off the subtitles. Why is YouTube subtitles? Okay, hold on. Go ahead while I'm doing that.
Okay, so yeah, Densetsu is normally very aggressive against, but you cannot be reckless against Shiwapon. Your reads have to be really quick. Against most people in the world, Densetsu would be pretty devastating, but they're fighting against, again, like the number 1/2 player in the world, Shiwapon, and Shiwapon is just way hard to hit.
Yeah.
Their defense is insane. See how they're crouching here and they're bobbing their head up and down. Now, at a lower level of play, you want to get used to high guard, and low guard is kind of risky at a lower level of play. But at the really high level of play, crouching is insanely strong.
Right.
But it depends on the. But Shiwapon is the way that Shiwapon plays is that they will like crouch and watch. They're just watching all the time, and their reaction level is basically. Typically, they can react around 20 frames, like 21 to 22 frames with pure accuracy, doing like the right thing on that reaction.
Wow.
But then, but when they're peaking, when they're like, they're like the adrenaline shot up and they're in the zone, they're 18 frames.
So
it's really terrifying.
Do the changes in R.E.V.O affect that in any way because of like NVIDIA improving the input lag and stuff like that? Does that power up this play style even more?
Yes and no. That one is a complicated answer, and I probably can't get too deep into it during the match. I'll just say though that but as a player, you still have to adjust to conditions, whatever you're playing on.
Yes,
and I can tell you,
absolutely,
as a traveling tournament player, you just like. There's no ideal setup, right? These end zones are not the fastest monitors. They're not the slowest. They're pretty fast.
Right.
But some
right.
will have faster monitors at home. There's also, these are stream setup. So on stream setup, there's just many things that can contribute to delays. And so every setup's a little different, So as a competitor, that's on you. You have to be a samurai about it and just know you got to fight the elements, just like real life.
I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, I remember back in the day, a friend giving advice. I think it was when Tekken 7 came out, because I played on PC, which you could reduce the input lag. But you remember how laggy it was on PS4? And then I went to a local and I had to play on a PS4. I was like, oh my god. Yeah,
right.
Yeah, I know. I definitely know what you mean.
You gotta adjust, and but PC is also like, we'll get into it later. But in PC, there's a lot of even more variables.
Yes.
Consoles are so consistency is a little easier, right? And in the games that you play, I think you prefer consistency over just, jack it up at the fastest, but sometimes it'll be the slowest,
Yeah, it really depends on how reliable it is. I feel like R.E.V.O is really reliable, though. I feel like it's a really solid PC port.
It is. There are many aspects that can kind of go up and down. That said, again, we saw that Shiwapon take the first, but Densetsu really on a tear here and acting on their reads. And again, Densetsu is a licensed pro in Street Fighter 6, good enough to be a licensed pro in VF. But in Japan, it's similar to other professional gaming, where there's only a limited number of pros that can enter per year, and kind of a licensing system. Yeah, if you watch like Hikaru no Go, you can kind of get an idea, but that's not the process for Virtua Fighter. The process for fighting games is through tournaments, through specific tournaments. So the Challenge Cup events for Virtua Fighter 2 years ago, 4 years ago. But, yeah.
Wow. But here's the funny thing. Like, so I'm aware of this with Korean Brood War, but with Virtua Fighter in Japan, I mean, you're not gonna be taking home piles of money. You're not gonna be like making
but
tons of prize
but the
money
thing that,
or anything.
but you know how new it is that esports, that fighting games or gaming in Japan is like actually making money.
Yes.
For the player. That's a new thing for them.
Yeah.
And that's because I take it seriously, and because politically you don't want to be seen as, if games are seen as something that kids can participate in or youth can, then you don't want to be seen as gambling.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
And so there's a lot that's really kind of at the core of this. This needs to be a regulated thing.
That's crazy.
Oh my god.
I just imagined having to get a professional Virtua Fighter license. I mean, that's pretty cool to carry around in your wallet. That's for damn sure. Yeah, you were right. The Pi player was just unstoppable.
We were so locked in. We were just
so Shiopon takes the win here, and it's intense battle again. I hope that people that were watching the action were just seeing how hard it is to crack Shiopon. This is when you want that pure skill player, which I know you appreciate pure skill.
Absolutely.
Shiopon is a skill, pure knowledge. How do I minimize risk while understanding that sometimes I just have to guess? So and your best shot is to force them to guess in those moments when it can be forced into a guess. But even then, Shiopon is very good at guessing too. They just like to minimize it. So
yeah.
So Shiopon is kind of the ideal for this type. If you built a bot for VF and you want to be like the most evil bot in the world, it would be playing like Shiopon.
Right. So why Pi? Because isn't Pi? I'm not super familiar with VF5's like tier list situation, but Pi, it seems like he's the only Pi player around, and everyone else you're seeing a lot of like Jackies and Akiras and that type of stuff.
There are quite a few Pi players, and Ao Pi is another legendary Pi player, but Pi is also considered in R.E.V.O. Pi might be one of the top tier as well.
Oh, okay.
This game, we do really mean it. VF is really, really well balanced. Like,
yes.
It's incomparable to a lot of other fighting games, because a lot of other fighting games just like, here's the viable list, and as long as that viable list is big enough, we're pretty happy.
Yep.
VF, every character is viable, but that is a lot because of the way the system is and how it plays out. But if we're talking about the things that made it harder to play like Pi in the past, a lot of those barriers have been managed, right?
So Pi got powered up.
So like the lighter characters might not have it. She's always kind of had her own unique weight in the game.
Yes.
System being that they have different. Basically, in this game, every character is their own weight class actually, but But it is more light in R.E.V.O. R.E.V.O. kind of clumped them a little more, made the lightweights a little more closer to medium, but they're still light.
Yes.
And they still want to take big. But the fact is, everybody in this game does big damage. Just how you do it might be harder or easier, but everyone does.
I think your fans making your mic mad. Your fans making Discord angry. It's like gating some of what you're saying.
Oh, is it? I'm so
it's a
sorry.
Discord thing. No worries, it's a Discord thing.
Yeah, that should be a lot better. Sorry.
No problem at all.
Fortunately, the good thing is we're in the morning, so the heat's not like in this room yet.
Don't I know it? Don't I know it?
Is the audio better right now?
Yes, it's better. Yes. Yeah, because what happens is Discord gets mad at the fan and it keeps trying to like remove it, but then it like will chop at your voice as you're speaking. But now it sounds a lot better.
But no, Pi's always been really strong. So Shiopon was, dominating with Pi in Final Showdown as well.
Right.
They stand out, they dominate so consistently, or they get up there so consistently. But because they really are, the world-class talent, Chanchai is the only there's Tonchan and there's Shiwapon. Those two are the ones that are always talked at the top of the list.
Yes, yes, I recognize that. Bandcamp asks,
But
have I tried Eartheon? Thanks so much for the donation, Bandcamp. Yes, I haven't tried it, but yes, I will probably review it coming soon. Why does everything need to release the same week? I don't know, but yes, everyone decided on Earth, all right, let's all release our games all the same week. That way, I can go months without any releases and then have to do like 3 back-to-back. Great. I think it's because it's summer, right? Everything releases in the summer. It's crazy.
Well, we're in an interesting era now, right? Where technically there's a lot of viable release windows, whereas I think a long time ago there wasn't, right? Long time ago, 3 viable release.
I know.
And the release windows now it's like the release windows are a month, and there's so many months where they're good. So that's why everything comes out.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a very convincing match, and so that's a favorite to watch, Tonchan, right?
This is Shiropon. Yeah,
Shiropon. Sorry, you were talking about Tonchan. I got confused. Yes, Shiropon is a favorite to watch for sure.
Yeah, Shiropon's absolutely the favorite, and in this tournament, there will be 2 qualifiers, right? There will be 2 people that get the Open Championship invitation.
Right.
So,
yes.
You know, Shiropon's practically a lock, right? Now they're guaranteed to be. They're in the winners final. That means they're in the top 3 for sure. They would have to like lose everything,
right?
Like,
yes, right.
Not get it.
Yeah.
You know?
Yes. Yeah. And so we got a lot of people from Japan come into the tournament. Then that's really cool. Because I was wondering, because it's weird the way it was kind of announced this year, because it's like it's kind of a mainline game, it's kind of not a mainline game. It's like kind of confusing. So I was wondering, like, what is the scale of this tournament?
I'm really glad though that EVO did expand the lineup. I know there's different thoughts on about EVO, and I won't go into it too deep, but I do like that they have this.
You can do it right here, baby. You can do it on this channel.
Right. I'm glad that EVO has this extended lineup that is like, so there's like this secondary list of main games, and I think that's good.
You know what I think that they should do is they should
convention.
Kind of building off the extended lineup, I think they should split it a little bit, where there's like, you know, modern esports Evo and classic Evo, and you kind of put them together, so that you know we can watch like Third Strike and Virtua Fighter. I think Virtua Fighter kind of be in the classic for now, and then you know if you want to watch whatever Street Fighter 6 and Tekken 8, you can watch the main line. I think that would be cool. Because right now it's like we got one game, Virtua Fighter, that I'm gonna watch today. So, yeah.
So in this match, we've got the classic legendary Itabashi Zangief, right? Itabashi Zangief is known for Virtua Fighter, and they are a legend in BF. Now that said, Nyanta has been on an amazing run, and I will not be surprised, as we can see here, if Nyanta wins this. Itabashi Zangief, of course, is a professional in Street Fighter 6, and that has to be their main priority. But they have never failed to heed the call whenever asked by Sega or something in the community going on. They've always been there as long as it didn't interfere with their professional obligations. So like I've gotten to meet Itabashi a few times. But anyhow, their shun is awesome, and they have been playing a bit more VF lately to really kind of, I think, that hunger's there, and they know that this year they get to play more at tournaments. So they've been pretty serious about it, but of course Street Fighter is going to be their bread and butter. But Nyanta, she is really, really cool to watch. So we got to watch this match.
In Beat Tribe. Did she play in Beat Tribe?
I'm not, I believe so. I just don't remember which team she was on. But her El Blaze has been just really catching everyone. She is the one who knocked Homestay Akira into the losers bracket.
Wow.
Yesterday. So that was a big upset, but at the same time, the way she's been playing, it doesn't surprise me.
Did she play VF4? Because I feel like I've watched some SPO.
It could be. But I do not. So.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Wow,
she's awesome.
Holding strong. So Shun
Yeah.
is an interesting character because Shun is like the only character that kind of has this sort of weird type of meter mechanic, but it's not quite a meter because it's a item you
Yeah.
have to drink and then it gets knocked out of you and stuff.
Have to play. It's just
I don't know.
Yep.
I've always
Yeah.
felt a bit divided on this character, to be honest.
So I do love the character of Shun, but yes, this has always been an interesting design. I think VF has done it well. That said, whatever the game's ideal round count will be, is kind of pressured by the design of Shun.
Yeah,
Right?
because Shun is the only
because with
character that
meter mechanic-
carries a resource between rounds.
trying to fish for a
Yes,
point.
and
too
so
far.
like, if it wasn't for Shun, we could do things like 4 rounds or 5 rounds.
Right.
But
Right.
now you know that the way that the character's balanced.
I
is
think
gonna be-
Shun might get the old a hammer and chisel in a 6. I kind of get the feeling.
If they do though, it would be like a reboot of a character. It'd be like it would be
Yes.
put onto a new.
It'd be like
Because a drunken man-
Brad from DOA or something, where you still got the drunk style, but maybe the whole meter drinking aspect might be toned down.
We'll see,
Also,
and
isn't
that's
it-
very popular.
I've been watching tournaments. Isn't it like if you beat up Shun post round, can you remove some of the drinks? Or is that not?
Yes, no,
Yeah.
no, absolutely.
That's
It's a big deal, but he can also. It goes both ways, right?
Yeah,
he
it's
can
insane.
drink post, and then but you got, and so there are, like you'll see players try to knock out Shun at the end of the round with a sidekick, because one sidekick is not that hard to. It's one of the more effective, like it's one of the more consistent tools, right? And it's fast
I can
enough
turn
to
my
whiff
mic
punish.
Sorry, chat saying my mic's
So-
a little low. I'll turn it up.
But
Yeah, what's interesting though, what separates Shun's drinks from something like a super or like a meter is that Shun doesn't gain drinks when you hit him. That's the difference that I think is important. Imagine if you beat up Shun and he gained drinks. Because that's how a lot of meter works in most games now. You beat them up and they gain a resource. So at least Shun loses a resource if you beat him up. I do like that.
I also I do like spendable resources. So and so I know that goes back into like the drive system on Street Fighter 6, but I do like that, like in the case of Shun, he can spend them as well. So and he can lose them as we just talked about. So yeah,
Yeah.
I like this.
It's like the boogeyman.
Ooh,
This match
beautiful. Oh,
awesome.
oh, beautiful. So that's
Oh
an
my
interesting
God.
situation.
Now
there, for
Itabashi
sure.
is looking to
Yeah.
win this. This is hard. This is really hard for Nanta to turn this around.
Also, when
Thing
you're
is,
in like a big tournament like this, I always feel like the more experienced tournament players, they get a little bit of a power boost from like the experience of being in tournament and like not being too phased by the stage and stuff.
100%. Well, I mean, because they've become legends through the experience, right?
Right.
And so that experience is a lot. It's huge. All right, that was really good. Like I said, but the reason for the hard to come back is because Shun is about as close as we've got to a runaway leader character in this game, right? Because
Yes, when he powers up that many drinks, it's just hard to stop him because he starts unlocking crazier and crazier moves as he gets more drunk.
yeah, she's so happy here. It's such a cute run. It's like, but also might have to run the Street Fighter. No, I'm just kidding. Street Fighter's way later today. But,
Oh yeah,
um,
oh yeah. Probably go to the hotel
yeah,
and take a nap before Street Fighter.
they're excited. They're into the winner's final, and I'm really happy for Itabashi Zangief. Never count him out. Never ever count him out. True legend, and is a player that does play on guessing a lot more. That is not going to look at it as distasteful or whatever. I'm a guessing player.
Well,
myself.
I feel like isn't that how Shun kind of is by nature? That's kind of his whole style. Yeah.
He's a tough one because the opponent has to try to crack him, right? The cool thing about the drink mechanic in Virtua Fighter is a very forward moving, right?
Yeah.
This is a game that's designed very much around moving forward. So
Yeah.
Shun's design, he can keep away. This is why he is hard for beginners to fight against.
Yeah,
is
you
because
have to
has a
rush his
keep
ass
away
down. Yeah.
just like John, he has a keep away game that's really tough to
Yeah.
like for a VF. VF, when you're learning the game, you find that force guessing is strong, but now this guy's keeping you out, right?
Yep.
And then, but he can also chase, which is different from some other characters. Brad can keep people away, keep people out, but he can't really chase as well. Shun can chase. Shun can keep away. But also, because of those drinks, though, if Shun sits on the other side of the map, you got to deal with him. Because otherwise he's just going to drink and turn himself into the top tier broken character.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I learned
you have
that
to, like,
even at my level, I was like, all right, I can't let this guy just run away and drink. I have to corner him and chase him and beat him down. Also, like I said, because he doesn't gain drinks when you hit him, at least if you get him locked down, he can't just reversal magically come back like we see in a lot of games now, where maybe a certain Tekken 8, for example, where because of the way the meter works, rushing them down, gaining the advantage, oh, that's fine. It's fine. We got meter. It'll be fine. Where at least with Shun, he can't just like wake up ultra you or some crap like that.
Look, Shun still has to win the match, right?
Yeah.
He still has to win the round. And VF is like that. VF, you got to win the round. The comeback mechanic in VF is skill. So
yeah,
you know.
Or you pray to get them on the wall. You're like, which is cool. It's a natural part of the stage.
Again, that's skill, right? This is still skill because
yes,
it's still
it's
position.
naturally built into the stage.
All right, welcome.
Yeah. Also, I love the wall mechanics of VF5. I was reading a guide on wall mechanics, and this is probably an older guide, and I love at the end, it's like, yeah, I don't fully know how this damn thing works, but, you know, here's some ideas.
We definitely, I think it took us a while to fully grasp the wall, longer than in many other games, and so I do think that I think the Japanese understood the wall more deeply around maybe after about 3 or 4 years, and then now, you know, totally understand it. America, I think North America didn't fully grasp the wall until like 2020.
That must be because
like,
I was reading a guide from like, you know, Final Showdown, I think it was, and the guide, yeah, it was North American guide, and at the end it's like, yeah, I don't fully know what this thing is, but it kind of works like this. You figure it out.
Yeah.
Like, thanks.
But we got it on lock. Like we've got it on lock. So, but there's a lot. It is very. It is.
I like that.
There's
though.
a lot of.
I think that's good
There's
though,
a lot of
because the complexity and ambiguity of the wall makes the matches feel more dynamic, right? You're not like following the flow chart of, all right, get him on the wall, do this, reset.
Yeah.
Like, and here comes a spreadsheet. Because the wall mechanics of the game are like kind of crazy and vague, I think it works really well because, like you said, until you're some like grand master of the game, you're not going to be able to fully understand exactly all the outcomes that could happen.
Well, I'll say it's like community. Let's talk about skill and community, right? There's an interconnectedness with this. If the community skill overall improves, then you see stuff more, right? And so and this is the same for speedrunning, right?
Yep.
All the speedrunning tricks that have come out, they came out because of community, right? Because this guy wants to beat that guy, and then now you go, oh, you can do this approach, right? And so the wall is similar, where it's emergent gameplay, but in VF it's more fixed than that, but it's complex enough that basically until Dean is really using this thing and saying you need to do this to win, they might not fully understand it because they're not pressured to. But with the community, eventually that pressure builds, and you're like, I gotta learn the wall. I gotta learn how to defend it there. I gotta learn how to attack it. I gotta learn how to set it up, and then everybody knows it. So now it's easy to teach because once we figure it out, then it's easier to teach. And so I think the wall feels like it's so insanely complex when I go look back at it, but at the same time, it's really simple now. The way that I look at it now, kind of like where the decision points are.
Yeah.
So again,
but
community.
At a competitive level, that's always going to be the case. But what I like is, for example, if you go on to R.E.V.O online and guy's doing jump kicks at you, he has no idea how that wall is going to work, right? So like it takes a certain level of dedication and study of the game systems to even get that baseline understanding, which I think is good because that way it doesn't make it this kind of static, lame element. So if you are even mid-skilled and know something about the wall, it's going to be rewarded. Ooh, who do we got here? Himajan. Now, I've watched so much Himajan this year. He's my favorite player now.
Yes. Very exciting battle. Himajan versus Yellowtail.
Okay, so this is the one American, Yellowtail?
Both America. Yeah, we got we got United States versus Canada right now.
Yes. And
So,
now, has
representing-
Yellowtail, you said he's played under a different name before, right?
Yeah, so Yellowtail is also known as Renzo. And
Yes.
Renzo is an amazing North American player who is very strong at every 3D fighting game. But also, like, you know, just randomly picks up like Blaze Blue and gives a lot of people a hard time in the regional level. So, you know,
Yes.
so Yellowtail, we just say that Renzo is good at all fighting games.
Yes, and I recognize. So this match I really recognize because I think I watched it in some qualifiers. Brad versus Gene. So I think I watched these two play each other. I'm assuming. Yellowtail plays Brad. I think he was in one of the
They have
qualifiers.
not too much, though. Not too much.
Oh, okay. I must be thinking of
yeah,
a different
like
Brad
that.
player.
Well, no, but in the online qualifiers, yes. But I mean,
Yes.
before that, they haven't fought each other that much.
Okay, yeah, I'm
aside
thinking of
from-
the online qualifiers. Ooh.
But this is going to be tough because Himajan's very, very strong, very knowledgeable.
Oh my
Look,
gosh.
Himajan, who came from the Japanese scene and
Yes.
was trained by one Japanese.
Yes.
And he
Double agent.
he might be the most elite of the Japanese, but he is like top tier Japanese still. You know, you're like, okay, he might not be top 40 in Japan, but he's like top 100, right? And you're like, okay.
Yeah,
You know?
he's been dominating the North American scene. There's been some
But he's ridiculous.
good between him and Gentleman Thief, but what happens in the finals is Himajan is like, all right, now I'm gonna win, and then just obliterates everyone. So this will
Yeah,
be
no,
really
very
cool.
But he's able to hang with the elite of the elite. So
Yes.
yeah.
Now, who won CEO? Was that Tanchan who won CEO this year?
No. Okay, you're thinking of Combo Breaker.
Combo
CEO
Breaker.
did have a tournament,
Combo
but
Breaker.
that was
you're
a
right.
very, very Volcano Shed, I believe, won CEO. But Combo Breaker was Chin Panjae, the most aggressive
That's
Jackie.
it. That's it. Chimpanzee. Yes. Yeah,
Yeah,
Jackie
like if we
in
weren't
the surfer
talking
outfit.
about Tonchan, we'd be talking. If we weren't talking about Tonchan for Jackie, then everybody would be talking about Chin Panjae for Jackie.
Is he in top 8? Is he here? Or he's already qualified, so maybe he's not here.
He's not here. No, he's already qualified.
Yeah.
But amazing. Anyways, we're gonna watch. See
That
how
guy
this
was
goes
awesome
here.
too because he was like flexing and like showboating.
Yeah.
He was awesome.
He's the yeah. So Chin Panjae is from Chiba, and they say that people from Chiba are very, you know, wear their heart on their sleeves.
I like it. I like it. I like the vibe. I really liked him a lot. I'd be cheering for him if he was in the tournament too.
He's
Him and
amazing.
Himajan are my favorites.
Anyway, he's everyone's best friend. He is. He's like everyone's best drinking buddy too.
Oh no, not like this. Yeah, that was unfortunate.
Himajan's hanging in there. Yep. It just has not been defeated among North American players, I don't think.
Yeah. This is really, really hard. I'm trying to see if Renzo can get out of this. Oh, that
Now,
was too
is this
risky.
best of 5 yet? Have we hit best of 5 yet?
No, not yet. That's why.
Wow,
That's why.
that's terrifying.
Gets caught ducking on wake up. Oh no.
All right. Congratulations. Himajan moves forward. Renzo, what an amazing run. I'm really proud of my friend Renzo. This is really, really
That's
awesome.
crazy.
He's gonna hate me for saying that. He's covering it up because Renzo doesn't like to be showy, but that Victrix he actually won in a Virtua Fighter tournament that Victrix sponsored in like 2018 or 2019.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah, so he has his name on it, but he covered it up. He doesn't want people seeing his. He doesn't want to see people seeing his name laser engraved on it. He was just
That's
like,
funny.
"Can I?" was like, "Tell people that you won that in the tournament. It's a trophy." He's like, "No, I don't want people to see that. It's like tacky."
Oh,
You know?
yeah. Yeah. I can understand that.
But-
I can understand that.
He's punk rock. He's punk rock.
I think that there was one year, I think last year, didn't they give away like sticks, but they had like AT&T engraved in the sticks? And I was like, who's gonna play with that at a tournament? You show up to tournament, yeah, I'm here, I'm sponsored by AT&T. It's insane.
I do love that they do the laser engraving, but you know, when I went to EVO Japan, I got one of my sticks engraved with the EVO Japan logo because we were allowed to do that. But I just couldn't position the Virtua Fighter in the place where the trophy has it. So you know, because I'm not supposed to have like a counterfeit trophy.
Right.
You know, but,
Right.
but that wasn't the intention. The intention was to make it like a memento. I was like, I want to,
Yeah, that's awesome.
just proudly EVO Japan and proudly show this is the stick I used. So yeah. But yeah, no, congratulations, Renzo, again. Awesome run. He is top 8 at EVO in the most monstrous field EVO Vegas has ever. Yeah.
No kidding.
And Himejan, though, congratulations. Himejan's going to fight Nyanta. That's going to be an insane battle. I can see Nyanta giving Himejan a hard time because of just, I don't know how comfortable Himejan is fighting an L-Blaze that fights like this.
Right.
And with the things that he's doing. And I think Himejan, can get... Himejan is incredibly strong fundamentals. It's really defined on fundamentals. And so I think someone that is a little unorthodox will be a big challenge for them. But we'll see how it goes. But I think it's still 1st to 2, which makes it harder.
That is scarier. That is scarier, yeah.
Himejan, I would say, is probably a stronger player overall. But Nyanta's play this whole weekend has been amazing. It's not a gimmick, but it is unorthodox because it's just not that thing you deal with that often. And but also she's doing high skilled stuff that is not that stands out. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think EVO's format historically has really favored character specialists who are really aggressive because of best 2 or 3. So you don't have a whole lot of time to adapt to them, and then also just the size of the stage. You're not quite as comfortable. So then if someone's going crazy and doing mix-ups and stuff on you, you're like, oh my God, you're kind of like a half a beat behind. I've noticed that a lot over the years watching EVO, that these kind of character specialists really do well in this format.
Yeah. Now here, we've got a battle of legends, right? And this is in the losers quarterfinal. We've got you, Sarah, pretty much the best Sarah player in the world.
Yes.
Along with, so we got 2 amazing Sarah players, but this is you versus Homestay Akira, the most famous and arguably Sarah player in the world.
Yes.
Yeah, so
all the tournaments, VF5, going back old school, you'll see him in the tournaments, like old school EVOs, right? Isn't he in the old school EVOs? Homestay Akira?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, Homestay is a legend for, 20 years, for quite a while.
Yes.
And you are also. So these 2, both veterans and legends, really amazing. And this is going to be a treat to watch.
Well, as a Sarah player, I'm really hoping you advances so we can see more Sarah. For my own personal benefit, so I can watch and be like, all right, what are you up to? What are you doing?
Yeah, they really do have they could really do it. Like, I don't know who's going to win between these 2. I really don't. I mean, you could say that Yo has been having more results individually in tournaments lately, but at the same time, Homestay has done his own results as well, but also results in team and results in various environments.
Yeah.
So,
and I know you's been really active because I follow his YouTube channel, so I keep an eye on what he's up to. Because I need match footage, so I'm like, who am I supposed to copy here? Yes.
Yeah, these 2 really hate losing, but I would say you is the player that really despises losing. So.
Well, I appreciate that. Also, you picking one of my favorite alts, the Yakuza alt for Sarah, fantastic.
Yeah. I do like it too. It's a more rougher look for Sarah, which is great.
I like it. Yeah. I think overall the best costume pack is the Yakuza one. If you have to buy one, it's the Yakuza one. It's overall the best, I think.
I really love that. So I'm really happy that for the people that own VF5 US that they at least get like a 50% discount on upgrading to, and they'll get all the DLC that they have ported over too. So
yes,
I'm really happy about that.
Yeah,
I know a lot of people. PC going to PC was huge. Really huge. Huge for the core game. We'll say it's really huge for the core gamer especially, but I know a lot of people that are waiting for the PS5 version.
Really? Because I've always the people I hang around with are always opposite. They're like, when's the PC version? PS5? Yeah, like I said, what is that?
Because we're talking about the core gamer.
Yes.
So the core on PC.
Yeah.
But I know a lot of people that want to play on console too. So it's like you gotta have both still in this world right now. Maybe not later, but right now it's still that world.
Thanks so much, Scared Steel. I'll answer your question right here after the match. Okay, so I'm heavily biased against you. For you. I want to see you win this. I want to see his Sarah go to the championship here.
All right, let's watch this.
There's plenty of Akira's, all right? Akira wins every damn tournament. We need a Sarah to get to the top of grand finals. Come on.
For the record, Homestay Akira is also one of the great teachers in VF as well. So in the Japanese scene, along with Shiopan, they're known for having taught and exposed more of the top information. Even at R.E.V.O, they were teaching the American players some of the more vicious tech that the Japanese rely on.
Oh, that's awesome. I love how you flows into the stances so seamlessly. It's so impressive. That's a real, I think, a real trademark of a really good Sarah player. Like the ones between me and them are like how elegantly they flow in and out of stances. Where if you don't even know Sarah has stances, you're like, oh, she's just doing moves. This all seems natural there. There's a little wind up. Oh, yes. Yes, I love that combo.
That was really, really good.
Man,
you was doing that.
He's popping off.
He's a very serious person, but I loved meeting them. They were really nice, actually, too.
So
both
you was on the left, you was on the right.
You was the one with the hat. You was the one wearing the hat.
You was on the right. Okay.
Yeah. Homestay Kira is wearing the Hydrix shirt.
Okay. Well, I think that I'm like that as well when I play. You know, I play to win, and I always behave myself. I don't get salty or anything, but I do get serious. You know,
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, the river stage. I could see this being nasty against Akira because he can just like knock you ring out so well.
Just gotta ask, I guess, right? There you go, boom.
And he's so fast. Ooh, beautiful throw break. So is the strategy against Sarah getting to her side, right? Because that screws around with the stances a lot.
It's more like Akira strong at the side, but both are strong at the side. But Sarah's good at the side. Like Sarah's Flamingo is really strong at the side.
Oh, okay.
So, but EF is about the player versus player. So the strategy will always be based on what your opponent.
Their style. That's so
because
cool.
It's because the game's designed so system versus system, which makes sense with the theme of martial arts being systems of fighting versus fighting. And so because of that, it's tough. That's actually what makes teaching VF a little trickier.
Yes, you got to learn the fundamentals of gaming, basically. Learn how to be good fundamentally. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. But at the same time, though, getting good at VF makes you better at, I think, fighting games generally.
You need to be good at your rocks, your papers, and your scissors. Right?
Yeah.
And if you're not, you're in trouble.
And adaptation is like a key skill in the game. There's not like one game plan, and you do the game plan, and like, there you go. You have to always adapt to their adapting, to their adapting, to your adapting, back and forth. It's a really fast time. That was exactly what I was worried about, by the way, on the river stage. It gets wrung out.
Yeah. But so I do love the rules that we typically use, and I do think America is the one that the West is what created the rules, which is the first stage is going to be random select, but then the loser gets to change character, and the loser gets. I think it's a great way.
I think it's really important because the stages clearly matter. So why would you just random the stages? You know, they clearly matter. So there should be a rule set around how stage selection works. Yeah, I'm happy with how that is. I was watching tournaments. I'm like, oh, they are counter-picking stages and stuff. I really liked that. Yeah, see, Yu's like, no ring outs. We're going to the wall.
Yeah.
Oh, beautiful. Wow, he's got a throw mix up there.
Yeah, you have. That was like the guard break. The chicken wing guard break is a real threat, and that Akira makes you guess. Akira makes you guess whether you're going to attack or whether you're going to defend or attack. And if you just keep choosing defend, they'll guard break you.
Yeah.
So what? But that said, the defense they chose is evade because that's the way you beat the chicken wing.
Yeah.
That's why you beat guard.
Ooh, come on.
Or actually, the actual way to beat guard break is to take the hit and throw.
God.
All right,
I've noticed a lot of
down.
the top players here, they just block wake-up kicks. I've noticed that a lot. Because I've
Yeah,
been
yeah, because
sitting
you
around
react
trying
to
to mathematically figure out the best response, and I've watched top players just block them a lot of time.
You okay? So wake up kicks are react. You can react to them. So you gotta make your opponent obsessed with something to make the wake up kicks work,
Yeah.
or get them to where they're desperate to try to hit you, and
I
then
need to
mess their
practice
timing
that. I
up.
need to practice reacting to them. Ooh.
God.
Oh my god, oh no. Homestay's
round is
powering
so
up. Oh
critical.
no. And the thing
Oh,
about
gosh,
Sarah is
okay.
when you get off balance, it's kind of tricky. She needs to be kind of comfortable to get the stances going, to get the offense going. When Akira's got you up against the wall like that, it's terrifying. Ooh, that axe kick. That was a little randy. That was a little randy to throw out, I will say, having thrown that out many times myself. Ooh. Okay. Oh, I love that. I love that throw. One of my favorites.
All right,
Wow.
this is here we are.
You is
This
finishing those strings. Oh, yes.
They
Caught him.
Okay, so that round, and that's Sarah's strength too.
I love that. I love that baiting out the sidestep and then hitting him with the mid there. Oh, got him there. No, he paid for it that
Really
time. No. Okay,
Yeah, that
careful.
was it.
Careful. No. Okay, this is really grim.
Yeah, one with the, that was
That's
really
it.
well played. That was an
Yeah.
amazing battle. Really, really amazing battle.
I feel like
You
got a
outthought
little
them, though.
randy at the end there, just firing off strings, firing off axe kicks.
They're just trying to get the right guess. So
Yeah.
Akira make you like but when I say that, Akira's game, you can't sit like you're as Akira's opponent, you can't sit still. Like you're
No.
in the you're gonna attack or you're gonna defend, and I can beat either one, but you got to pick. And so you're just constantly stuck in this guess. And the thing is, and the reason you're stuck in it is because when Akira guesses correctly, it hurts. So,
Yes.
you know,
Oh yeah,
it's not
Akira
broken,
is a
but it's-
very he's so good, like playing very standard, foundational counter poke. You know what I mean? Like just a very solid character. That's how it feels like when I play him anyway.
So everybody has to be able to counter poke. Actually, the thing that makes Akira terrifying is just that he just presents you with guessing. So like, Jackie is the character. If you're the character that wants to like not have to guess, that wants to like, okay, you whiffed in front of me, I can beat you up, right? That's Jackie, and
Yes.
I can pressure you too. If I want to be aggressive, I can be aggressive, and we can guess. And Jackie has good tools for guessing, but his move list is more like, if you make a mistake in front of me, you're dead. So that's why you see Jackie's moving around a lot. They want you to make a mistake so they can blow you up. And then they'll apply certain pressures to where they're hoping you make a mistake against the pressure. Akira is just flat out like, we're playing guessing game all the time.
Right.
This whole fight.
Right.
In all situations, you got to guess. And defending is a guess. In VF, defending's a guess. So,
Yeah.
like, because it's the defense. And so Akira is like, yeah, I'm going to bug you. But what he's really wanting to do is, yeah, he's wanting to get you to strike back and then he blows you up by counter hitting you.
Yeah,
right.
exactly.
And so there's a slight difference, a subtle difference about how they're strong in these two different ways. Right. And so, like I said, Akira, you got to guess. This is like a Zangief combined with, I don't know, Balrog.
Yeah.
You know? But like
His throw
Jackie,
game's terrifying.
but Jackie is kind of like, you know, more of like the kind of like a third strike character, you know. But if you overextend, I'm gonna blow you up, and then I'm gonna kind of, you know, and we're gonna get into this kind of interesting exchanges. But a lot of it's actually not as much guessing as you might think, just a little. But I'm going to punish mistakes, and then I'm going to guess on some critical moments where I can blow up because I can do that too. So it's hard to explain that difference to a lot of players.
Because it's
or to
subtle, but it's really key.
Yeah, that's but that is the difference between them, which is like guessing versus reacting. And Jackie, like, you can just react.
Right.
Now, you have
Akira,
to be able to
guess.
react to the level that they're playing, because everyone's playing at the highest levels of reactions and knowledge guessing, right? But Akira just constantly puts you in this, like, if you guess wrong, you get hurt a lot. If you guess wrong, you get hurt a lot. When you wake up, same thing, right? And that's true in VF period. But the reason it works that way with Akira is because, think about it this way: he has attacks that move forward and are fast and hit hard. And in VF, when two attacks hit at the same time, you notice how you don't see people hitting each other in VF that much, right?
Oh,
The
yeah.
re-
Hold on a sec. Scar's still saying he's leaving. Yeah, sorry. Before you leave, I'll answer your super chat. He was asking about will a successful VF be a net benefit for Tekken? That's a great question,
Yeah.
Scarred Steel.
100%.
Do you think Tekken has, because it's obvious historically how Tekken has been so influenced by Virtua Fighter. I mean, it's like insane how much it's been influenced by it. But I feel like these days Tekken is more looking at Street Fighter and it's kind of like, Virtua Fighter, whatever. We're beyond that now. So I'm curious, if VF6 does well, do you think Tekken would care? Or do you think it's much more locked into now being the essentially 3D version of Street Fighter, which is feels like it's aiming for very directly, versus
Well, I think
being influenced by Virtua Fighter anymore?
I think it cares because it wants fighting. If they want to continue investing in fighting games, they want fighting games to do well. And right now, it looks like Virtua Fighter 6 is on its own release window, like separate from Tekken's.
Yes,
right?
definitely.
The Tekken's not coming out like the same year, right? So
I feel like what's happened with Tekken though is like Tekken was the little brother and VF was the big brother, and now it's like a reversal of roles where Tekken is the big brother in terms of commercial success, money, business, that kind of stuff. Right.
Right. Well, and everybody in Japan is looking at Mortal Kombat for sales numbers, right?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, exactly.
But it's like,
I don't know if Tekken's going to take much influence from VF anymore, because I think its core focus now is sales. Its core focus now is business, and they're like, we've gone beyond whatever little baby stuff Virtua Fighter can do. Look at our sales numbers. Look at our influence. Look at how big of a juggernaut we are.
The thing that is influencing Tekken is, well, sadly, the influencers, right?
Yes.
So, I mean, the hype influencers, right? Like we'll distinguish. You are a skill influencer, right?
Game critic,
but the hype influencers are actually now we've got this both combined, where we've got the skill and the hype influencers kind of going hard on Tekken right now.
Yep.
And that's what's going to be influencing Tekken's direction. And that's a good thing in a way, you know.
I feel like what Tekken will probably most likely do is it'll probably look at VF6 for ideas to sort of like snip, like, this is a good idea. This is a good idea. But it won't be like overall shifting its core identity more back to VF. I think that's what it'll
for your
mostly
audience,
do.
I should make it clear to your audience, though, that my view is that I do think Sega's swinging for the fences. I see Virtua Fighter 6 as like what Monster Hunter Worlds did for the Monster Hunter franchise. And I see it as what Battlefield 3 did for the Battlefield franchise. You know, Battlefield always a core game, had core audience. Monster Hunter always a core game, has core audience. And yet those games kind of made themselves look more global and look more like, I mean, whatever you felt about the gameplay, then they felt like now we're a real competitor. I think Virtua Fighter's doing that as well. I think Sega's
the real
really...
question is that we're all wondering is to what extent is it going to try to like diminish its identity in that pursuit, right? Because I think Tekken felt the same way. And in Tekken 8, it's like, yeah, whatever. Throw all that away. We got a whole new identity here.
So there is definitely a lot of, I think, younger talent in this current team working on Virtua Fighter. But I think also but they did rehire for their producer. They did rehire someone who is very experienced and veteran and really well respected in Virtua Fighter to really work on it. There's kind of this trying to do both, right? Kind of like what Battlefield is trying to do right now, right? Battlefield 6 brought in like the head honcho, the guy who did Modern Warfare and Apex and everything else. But they also brought in a lot of old DICE team too, to kind of go like, you know, we kind of lost our way and we're trying to, that game, Battlefield 6 is like, let's make a new Battlefield 3 and 4. I know that's probably not your genre, but I'm excited seeing what's happening there. But I don't want VF to do exactly that. I want VF to do what again Monster Hunter Worlds or Battlefield 3 did for their properties.
Yeah,
So I'm
so
hoping.
far it's looking good. But yeah, between hopefully R.E.V.O and 6.
I am blown away by the way that they're using R.E.V.O to promote, and they're giving my community a runway to step up our game and to kind of have some decent influence when the new Virtua Fighter
Yeah.
comes out. So that's like on us to do that. That's hard, but that is on us to kind of do that if we want like the quality content to be visible, right?
Yeah, exactly.
We want someone like a PDX to be up there, right? Like I love that Tekken has PDX. Oh my gosh, I love that, right? So you've got your other influencers too, but you got PDX, and I want Virtua Fighter to have someone that can like, I want them to have that too. Someone that can teach well, show how to fight well, but also brings its own excitement to it too.
Yeah, VF6 will be that opportunity for sure. Like that window when it's coming out, that's when whoever's going to do that, they need to like strike right then. Right when it's coming out.
Exactly. No, exactly. And but I think I think R.E.V.O shows how much Sega's actually listening to the core fans.
Yeah.
I'm so surprised.
Yeah,
They
it's
bring
going
in
really
back,
well.
I mean, World Stage Mode is basically an updated a type of quest mode, and that's amazing.
Yeah, and we got replays. It's going really well so far. So I'm optimistic for 6 so far. Everything's going really well with R.E.V.O. Yeah, but I hope that
So
answered your question, Steel. So basically, Tekken is going to steal ideas from Virtua Fighter, but I don't think it will like shift its identity to a more core foundational style. I don't think. I think they're way too happy with how things are going sales-wise and crossing over with Street Fighter to do that.
What I will say though, I'm really hoping that Virtua Fighter 6 changes fighting games going forward. I mean, what I mean is like really sets a vision and being like, this is the new generation of fighting games.
Yeah, I hope so too.
This is dog on my generation. It's just more that what I really want in my heart is to see like fighting games being like loved as much as in the past, and they are right now, but mean new. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
But I do think Virtua Fighter 6 could be influencing Soul Calibur. I think Cycle might have, and then of course the Year of the Ninja is probably going to be influencing whether Dead or Alive continues,
Right.
or whether it's revived. Really, it's really the proper term.
Yeah.
But you and I like have an appreciation for that team, for that group.
Absolutely.
Wanted Dead was such a freaking cool game, and I'm glad you covered it very well.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I'm hoping VF6 is really successful and good. It will help revitalize that a sector of 3D, like Soul Calibur and DOA, where instead of them trying to copy Tekken, they look at VF like, hey, let's try this instead. That would be really cool.
Yeah, so I'm hoping that it's I'm looking forward to it, and so I haven't felt that optimistic, like this optimistic. I didn't expect to be this optimistic.
I know,
but
so don't break
but
our
these
hearts,
last-
VF6. Don't you dare. It is like
so
kind of
far-
the only game I'm optimistic about in terms of like big scale game. I'm like, come on, VF6, don't fail me. Don't do this to me. It's bad. I have to take a week off work and just sit and be sad.
I am looking forward to how that's going to play out, and I'm also looking forward to what you like and don't like about VF6.
Yeah.
Like I'm really looking forward to, that's going to be awesome to see the
Yeah,
the
I'm really
electric-
excited for it. It really is one of the games I'm most excited for, if not the game I'm most excited for. So I'm happy to see Himajan laying down the pressure, keeping this L Blaze under control. Because remember, I want Himajan to win, especially now that I think Yu has been eliminated, right? Or is Yu in losers?
No, you is eliminated.
Yep.
Yu
So
has been
Himajan
close
is
loser.
my hero now. I want him to win this. But yeah, he does have a strength. It seems like whenever there's like grand finals or things on the line, he just powers up and just like, no, I'm gonna win now. So yeah, I'm really happy to see how this is going for him. He's one round away. Or are we in finally best of 5?
battle. Congratulations, that was an awesome battle.
Wow,
I'm glad
still
that
only
he.
best of 3.
Great showing with LP.
Yeah, well, now we're gonna be starting to get it. Oh no, yeah, it's.
You don't see that enough.
I do love the that the Virtua Fighter Open Championships created this setup where the top 8 all get to fight like a first to 3. I wish that they could do that for the Evo rules.
Yeah, I
So,
know. It's
yeah, but I
it's like
think
the match
the
gets
Evo rules
started
were
and then
set.
it ends.
Yeah, yeah, but I think because VF is a fast-paced game, because R.E.V.O and Final Showdown played like this, like in Portland, we actually did all first to 3 the whole tournament during Final Showdown
Really?
in Portland because and it works out because the game is so fast. But I think the Virtua Fighter Open Championships by Sega, like they've now been setting this formula of like I think the top 8s, at least on the online qualifiers, the top 8s all do a first to 3, and I think that's an awesome format for this game.
Yes,
But
because there's been a lot of top 8 matches in the qualifiers that go, five, because one person will be like obliterating the other person, but the other person counter adapts and brings it back. And then you have a kind of, final game, final round type of situation. That's happened a lot in the qualifiers, but I feel like best of 3 sometimes you don't get that chance to counter adapt. It's just like, oh crap, as you're kind of getting your feet underneath you, it's over.
Yeah, so I think I hope going forward they can do that, but I think in the offline events, the organizers are still going to be, let's do a traditional format. And traditional format's great. It is, but the online qualifiers have been exciting to watch because of this, the whole top 8 being like a 3 out of 5,
Yes. Yeah.
And I would love, so I hope they can work that in on some of the rules for some of the later events, like maybe at Tiger Uppercut. And I think versus fighting is still going to do the traditional, the word finals without it being semifinals. But basically, if it's losers finals, winners finals, and then grand finals will be 3 out of 5, and everything else is 2 out of 3. But I would like it to do all top 8s in the future because I think this game plays at such a pace, and more of the strategy shows when you play 3 out of 5.
Absolutely.
VF, it's so fast that if you do 2 out of 3, it is more tactical.
Yeah.
And I'm a player who
it's almost like a poker game at 2 out of 3. It's like, yeah.
There's a lot of poker to VF because of the triangle relationships all over the place. So yeah. Because force guessing, right?
Yeah, and doesn't B-Tribe always do 5? I'm pretty sure. Whenever I watch it.
Well, B-Tribe is team battle, so it definitely has
of course. Of course, so it's like more than 5, yeah. I must have been thinking of SBO I was probably thinking of.
So I'm very confident that there will be a little bit of VF6 news today, or at least they're going to show something.
I think so.
Show some.
I think so.
I just don't know what, but I know they're going to do it.
I think it'll be another character reveal. That will be my guess. If I were to put money on it, I think it'll be a character reveal.
I think that's the most reasonable. I do think so. I think that's the most optimistic, actually, but I think that's very likely.
I wonder what character it would be. Maybe.
I think the one that they tease, which is hard to tell, you're like, is that someone with a man bun, or is that like a kung fu student?
Oh, I didn't see that.
Okay, so at the end of the Wolf trailer,
yes,
at the very end, there's like this little hint of character next reveal, or at least during the direct. It might not be directly the trailer video, but during the direct, there was this little. It's like it was a silhouette,
right?
And so at first people thought that was Brad because the attacks they're doing kind of looks either Jeet Kune Do-ish or looks kind of like Wing Chun. It was hard to tell, but then when you rewatch it, it actually looks different. So
do you think it's loud?
Well, some people thought it was Muay Thai at first, but then later they noticed the man bun, and so it's like I don't know.
Brad.
So it's too young.
Man bun is Brad.
People's first impressions was Brad, but then later they're like, it could be a new character, but I don't know. I don't think new character gets revealed this year. Maybe at Game Awards.
No, it's gonna be a legacy character for sure. Definitely a legacy character.
At EVO, it'll be a legacy character probably. There's still so many slots for the legacy characters.
Yes. All right, Jean versus Akira, a classic matchup in VF5. It feels like at least the tournaments I watch, I see a lot of Jean versus Akira, and it's a great matchup. I love to watch it. I find myself always subconsciously rooting for the Jean player, so I'm just gonna consciously root for him, I suppose. Ooh, Homestay Akira though is amazing. Oh, pulling that out. Yeah, sometimes, like, that's what I was saying. Sometimes I see Akira's kind of backing up and sort of playing a bit of a spacing game there.
I said Homestay Akira is very much in the mold of like most Virtua Fighter players I know, in the sense that he's a very low-key, chill, very pleasant, nice person.
Yes,
in real life.
yes. VF people are very chill. It is the most chill fan base community I've ever interacted with, by far.
It is. That's also why Chimpanjay stands out too, because Chimpanjay is the wild man.
Awesome. I love
He's
him.
he's the one who actually like. Homestay and Chimpanjay were on the same team both years of B Tribe, the last two B Tribe Cups, and so he's the one that's like, Homestay is like happy for his win. Chimpanjay is the one shaking him, making
Yes,
sure that
I love it. I love
the
it.
Homestay feels it and starts jumping up and down. Like that's the only time I've seen Homestay jump up and down, because Chimpanjay was there, and then to make sure he jumped up and down.
Oh, beautiful.
Densetsu's really got this edge on this game, though. Let's see.
Yeah, I love, like I said, I love the way Jean plays in this game, because those slight, like, charges just bring this nice sort of shift in the tempo of the game, where it's like, it seems really hard to deal with at this level.
It is, yeah. I mean, you're already dealing with the fact of, are they going to attack, delay attack, or are they going to throw? In this case, Homestay went ahead and went for the throw because they thought that John was going to step, but John just went ahead and attacked again, and that was the game. So,
yeah, Spriggan says, or Marshke says that VF looks more cinematic than Tekken, even though it's old. Yeah, well, R.E.V.O got a nice. Well, for one, I think Final Showdown looked fantastic. People really underestimate how amazing that game looked. But yeah, I think R.E.V.O also looks really fantastic. I think it's definitely up there with its peers in terms of its visual presentation. I mean, you got the Yakuza guys. They're no slouches at visuals and presentation. I mean, so.
Well, I really agree with that. But I also know that there's, again, to me, Virtua Fighter is cinematic martial arts, right?
Yes.
And so what's important are these interactions, right? And that's why VF is
beautiful too.
Forth and fighting back and forth. Yeah. Love it. And then, but Tekken to me is like power fantasy, right?
Yes. Yes.
Power fantasy being like, fantastic, these quote unquote fantastic battles, megaton punches, right?
Yeah.
Like I define the megaton punches. I'm like, Tekken is the megaton punches. Like, I punch you into the wall and the wall explodes.
Well, I
right?
liked more of the older Tekken style, where it was like charged up martial arts type of stuff.
Yeah.
Whereas now it's more like it's gone full anime. You've got
Right.
full-on anime influence. I liked the Tekken 4, Tekken 5 era.
I agree, and I know that sentiment, but I'm also like, well, okay, but Tekken 1 also had our androids and our, and our Yoshimitsu, so.
Yeah, but I feel like just what would you call that? Like the tone is different, rather than necessarily the fantasy elements. Like the tone of the fantasy elements are. Because I feel like early Tekken had a more brooding, dark sort of vibe to it.
Well,
this feels
had
more,
90s,
white
90s
anime.
sci-fi arts
Yes.
movie.
Yes, exactly.
Where Virtua Fighters always was traditionally aiming at old school martial arts, but now the new VF looks like modern martial arts. Oh my God! Come on, Homestay! Come on! I want this to go to like three games. Oh my God! You got it. All right, this is going to be an intense round.
Buffering here. Why are we buffering? All right, hold on. Okay. There it is. I'm going to refresh it, stream, just so we're on sync with everything.
Oh, Homestay's got a read right now. Homestay's got a real strong sense of what Densetsu's mind is like right now.
We're catching back up. It was buffering for a second.
God, please don't lose this, because this game is showing that Homestay's figured out Densetsu, or at least figuring out Densetsu's mind right now. No, this is it. It's over.
Oh, we're slightly behind. No, why are we so behind? Okay, well, stream, we'll watch this play out on the wall. We know how this is gonna end.
Yeah. So what I was saying there was basically, yeah, that Homestay in this game was figuring out Densetsu, and you could see that they were in sync with the way that Densetsu's thinking. So their defense was showing that, and their counter offense too. But Densetsu was able to get through and grab the opportunity when it would present itself to seal that game. That was a really intense battle.
Yeah.
And VF very much this like there's a like players can be a combination of things, right? There's combination of reaction versus guessing, right? Decision making.
Yeah.
There's conscious and conscious. Subconscious is actually what a lot of people I think a lot of people that tap into reactions don't want to admit how much subconscious factors in on
Oh,
them.
absolutely.
Because conscious play is actually when you got to force guess, because when you be very conscious, you're slower. When
Yes.
you allow yourself to use your subconscious, you can be a lot faster. But that's why you
Yes.
need to train yourself so hard in training modes that thing can just be razor sharp and just fly.
Oh,
the
yeah,
moment that
that's so important. Where it's like not only pattern recognition for what's happening now, but pattern recognition for what will happen, what could happen, and like the better you're able to play out the 5 different scenarios that could happen, and you're aware of those 5 scenarios, then your reactions to them will be faster. I've learned that a lot,
Yeah.
especially playing VF. It's like once you start to understand, okay, these 4 things could happen, you're more prepared for one of those 4 versus when you're first learning, you're like, these 10,000 things could happen. You don't know what's going to happen. So it's like
Right,
impossible
exactly.
to react to things. Yeah. So when you start to narrow down the space of what could happen, then your reactions to what could happen become a lot faster.
Indeed. Yeah. But games have a fun way of playing with it. VF has a fun way of playing with it with, like, let's say like Akira. Akira gives me a hard time because he forces it into attack defense because his mid attacks are so good. Mid-level attacks are scary because
Yes.
they're
Yeah.
good in 3D fight because you can't crush them, right? Like
Yeah.
they're the hardest to crush. You can't like hop over it. You can hop
Nope.
over a low attack.
You can't.
You can
duck
duck and
them.
punish
Yeah.
high, but you can't do these things to it. So you got to evade or guard.
Yep.
And maybe Savaki. In this game, Savakis are for very specific subsets
Yes.
of attack.
Very specific.
And so it's like you got to know exactly what they were doing.
Yeah.
Right. And so what Akira does is he compresses the attack decision into this. I just have good mid attacks.
Yeah.
You need to either defend or
Exactly.
attack. You're either gonna hit me first. You're not gonna out hit me because I'm Akira who attacks fast and hard.
His mid
And
game
in
is
VF,
crazy. Yeah.
when two attacks hit at the same time in VF, the heavier the harder hitting attack wins. And so because of that, Akira just wins when we both attack at the same time.
Right.
So you're gonna beat him on attack versus attack. You got to attack before him, and that's hard. So
yes. I'll be
this
right
is why
back.
Akira-
Quick bathroom break. I'll leave you to the stream. I'll be right back. Quick bathroom break.
So to the chat, the point I'm making though is that then you have a character like Aoi, who is everyone loves Aoi because she's got reversals, or what a lot of people call counters. And so with Aoi, she's good at reversing. So if all you're doing is like mid attack and throw as Akira, Aoi's like, I can do mid reversal and throw escape. And and what are you gonna do? So then now he has to think about, so for Akira, he has to either go, I'm gonna high attack or low attack, which are not my favorite attacks, or I'm gonna delay attack, which actually what is the more high level version, which is I'm gonna mess with timing. So I'm gonna mess you up for trying to use defensive techniques against me. I'm gonna delay attack. And so then you have to use time for an Akira or a Jackie to fight against an Aoi. Like, they hate fighting Aoi for this reason. I love fighting Aoi because Leon has got good attacks that if he can counter hit, if he can outguess you, he can use like high attack, mid attack, low attack. I can launch from either of those. And so Leon likes to mix it up, and Aoi's just like, oh, this is becoming a headache. Whereas against Akira or Jackie, it's just like, yeah, I'm just going to defend the mid. I'm just going to defend the mid. And I'm going to throw. Escape. I'm going to escape throw. And if you're going to defend, I'm going to throw you because I always got a very good throw game. So that's the sum. All right, so let's watch this battle here. This is the winners final between Shiwapon and Itabashi.
I have returned. Hello.
So here's the winners final. This will be
Ooh.
3 out of 5. Shiwapon, the
Finally.
master of defense, high, and great teacher. Itabashi Zangief, the legend in both Street Fighter and Virtua Fighter.
Yes.
Shun.
Yeah.
And
The
this is
Pi
great
player's
because
pretty
he doesn't make you
heavily
guess.
the favor, wouldn't you say? Based on what you were saying earlier.
I would say Shiwapun's the heavy favorite here.
Yeah.
Shiwapun is hard to crack. Doesn't minimizes guessing, but Itabashi Zangief loves to make you guess. And if
Right.
you guess, like even in the VF4 series, so this is important. A lot of people know that in the VF4 series and in Virtua Fighter 5 Vanilla and R, that there was multiple throw escapes where you had to input timing wise the throw escape, kind of like a lot of other fighting games. Whereas in Virtua Fighter you can hold it and there's only 3 directions. In this game, there's only 3 throw directions, but there was like 7 throw directions and you had to like tap them each, and it was hard. Even in that environment, Itabashi Zangief only escaped like neutral and one direction. He didn't really do the multiple throw escape thing, but he consistently guessed what throw people would do, even when they had 7 directions of throw.
There we go.
And I overstated it, by the way. A character would have about 5 directions of throw in the old VF games. But,
Yeah, you're talking about the multi-throw breaks? You got a multi-throw break?
So what I was saying is that Zangief, though, was so good at guessing that he doesn't really do multiple throw escapes in those games. He just correctly guesses the throw direction.
That's amazing.
Like, and that's in a game when there's like 5 or 6 directions. That's throw. Yep.
Ooh.
So that's throw, and that's why he guessed the throw.
Getting them back to the wall in this game is such a strong position, but he brought it back. He fought his way out of there.
So it's a strong position, but what's awesome is it's not a deterministic position.
Yes,
right? You
yes.
just have to really, but the guessing becomes so intense.
Yes.
And compressed.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Oh, pushing back. Okay, 6 is 8's the magic number, right?
Yeah. Well, eight is a big one. Yes, big for drunken points. And look at how fast those things go down.
Yeah.
Shiopun gets sober. So better be good at sober shun when you're fighting against Shiopun.
Ooh. Yeah, it's Itabati? Is that Itabashi? Sorry. Itabashi Zangief's playing really well. Yes.
No, amazing. Like again, a player that can guess well can fight a skilled player, right?
Yes.
Force you to. So. But Itazan is also a skilled player.
Also,
but
best of 5 is gonna, start to minimize that amount.
Yeah.
You're just gonna start to run out of variance with the more runway. Okay, 1-1. Ty asks, what Guilty Gear game would you say has a strong emphasis on fundamentals? Well, my favorite one is definitely Guilty Gear XX. I don't know if it's necessarily the most fundamental, but I think it's the most distinctive and fun. I'm going to have to review that game specifically, but my favorite Guilty Gear is definitely XX by far. Like, no competition. Corner! Oh, you... Yeah. I mean, come on, man. That would work on me. That would absolutely work on me. But at this level, that's getting risky. Oh, see, the Pi player just keeps him smothered.
Yeah. Well, so see these single jabs, right? In Virtua Fighter, when you evading is strong against attacks, but
beautiful.
But it's better when you evade like a bigger attack because it gives you a huge reward. And if you evade a small attack, it's a little trickier. It's more of a guessing situation. When you evade,
I was going to ask you on your expert opinion on something actually. If you evade a jab, just a normal standing jab, not a crouching one, a standing one, who's at advantage?
Depends on when the evade happens. Okay. So it depends on when you start, right? Like so evading, a successful evade is like a fixed amount of time on the character that's evading.
Yes.
So if you evade early in the attack, there's more recovery frames for you.
Right.
right? But if you evade late, there's less.
Yes.
In the case of a jab, if you evade even just a little late, it's closer to neutral, or you're more likely to be at disadvantage, to be
That's
honest.
what I thought.
So yeah, so that's why jabbing is used. That's why jabbing is used against people that like to step, because you're
Yes.
trying to put them into an edge, and then now they have to guess deep because they're gonna hurt.
Yeah, so that's crazy. That depending on the area of when you evade the jab is how it makes a difference. Hey, thanks so much,
Yes.
Battle Mode.
And
Great
so
to see some
that's why
Vaev.
you saw
Oh, go
earlier
ahead, Chan.
you would
Chanchai.
go upon like do those rapid high jabs, because the rapid high jabs were to force the evading into a disadvantage.
Yes,
It's really good.
beautiful.
I think it mirrors a real jab in real life too. Like that's how you want to use a real jab in real life too.
Yes.
It's always set someone up to lose the next decision.
Well, what I love about the sidestep system of VF is that it's very granular. There's lots of very specific interactions, not only just in move, but like you said, when you evade actually matters. So if you evade late
Yes.
versus if you evade early, I love how precise all of that stuff is.
Yeah,
Thanks
this
so much,
is
Battle
yeah.
Mode.
It looks like Shiopon is completely Shiopon. Let's see if this can be turned around. But Shiopon really looks like they're in Itazan's head.
Yes.
We affectionately call Zengif Itazan. That is their real name. So we tend to just call him Itazan in the VF community. But
I like that. I respect that.
But we know around the world everybody knows him as Itabashi Zengif though. So
I respect
all
that.
right, Shiopon is definitely got a ticket, right? Guaranteed.
Yes.
They're the first. So they are going to VF Open Championship. Maybe they'll just lose. Just kidding. They will not. They are going to go to win this whole thing. So they're going to fight to win this whole thing. But that was awesome. But that is the display of when he knows you, and on top of outskilling you.
Yes.
It's really scary.
Yeah. And the best of 5 also, now you got to deal with, you just have less of a chance to kind of get mix up on him, right? Because you have more runway you have to do it on.
Thuggery off.
Yeah.
It's hard to thug the way out of a 3 out of 5.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
it's like you can bring out the glass bottle, but it only works once.
Exactly. Exactly.
But yeah, no, it's gonna be exciting to watch the rest of these battles. Though we've got.
And there's a lot of situations.
Well, okay, so what you were talking about on evading, on sidestepping, and in VF, when I say evade, I'm talking about sidestepping.
Yes.
I realize that in fighting game community, it's easy to get confused when everybody has their own
terminology.
language.
Yes.
Yeah, their own lingo. So Tonchan, the player that many would say is the #1 in the world, the skill that stands out on top of the fact that he's just good at everything, but the skill that really that stands out for him. If Shiopon is known for their defense, Tonchan is known for perfectly knowing the very best options to pick from whenever they evade. So they're seeing exactly when they evade the attack, and they know which guessing game is the very best one to play there.
Yeah.
They're consistent. It's like, okay, I evaded early, so I've got more advantage, so I can use big attack versus that. So I'm gonna force the most scary guess here. I evaded late, so I know, but they're doing this on a frame by frame level. But they're like, I evaded just a little late here, and so because in their attack, not because I was late, because when it lined up or when they attacked, I evaded late. So I have less, but I have a little bit, so I'm going to play this guessing game. And then I'm at a disadvantage, so I'm going to play the defensive guessing game really well. They're just so spot on at consistently doing this on whiff. And basically, evade is a way of creating whiffs in this game.
Yes.
And its basic form of whiff punishing is what evading really does do. When you get a successful evade, you're playing a whiff punish game. And so, just like when somebody whiffs in front of you, how much time do you think you have for that attack? I think that's the easier way to explain it, right? If you're coming from Dark Souls,
and the earlier,
right?
the earlier the evade, right, the more advantage frames you get. But the riskier it is, obviously, because you have less, because you're taking more of a guess there.
But either
Yeah.
way, no matter what
Well,
happens,
and in Virtua Fighter, the
it's,
reason what I love is this loop
semifinals. So this
that's
is really
created
fantastic
because
for both of these
in
players.
VF, for you to get a successful evade, you have to evade during their startup frames of attack. If you evade before somebody attacks, you're gonna lose. It's
Failed
automatically a
evade.
fail.
Failed evade, yeah.
Yeah. And so you might be stuck on defense, or you might be stuck getting hit guaranteed, depending on what got failed.
Do you
right? Or
know,
like where that
I hate to a frame a dash block is? Like how many frames that's costing you?
That's a fact. Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
I don't memorize off the top of my head, but basically
Because I can't find frame data on this, so I'm like, what? How much is
this one's complicated because the failed evade is like it's like end before you cancel it, and then there's the dash. Might
So
be
there's
like,
at least 10,
I think,
at very least. There's
I
at
think
least
it's
10.
like 13. I think it's basically 13 is the number that's in my head.
13.
But
to
I
know.
can't remember. It's just like in that ballpark.
Yeah,
right?
because
But then if you
I
evade
wonder,
touchback,
I'm always wondering how much of a risk it is to do a kind of like, I think they're going to do an elbow here. Let me do a sidestep, and then they don't, and then I do, you know, a failed evade cancel. But I'm like, I'm probably still spending a lot of frames doing this, but I don't know
So
how risky
what I
that
do
is.
there is like, so I look at the opponent and do they buffer or do they not? And buffering's a big deal. In VF, buffering just means you input, like while you're stuck in a, buffering just means inputting your next move early.
Yes,
And
10 frames.
it's
Buffer, very important.
It implies doing this like when you're stuck. So it implies you're doing this when you've been blocked. It implies you're doing this when you hit. It implies when you got hit. It implies doing this when you've whiffed, right? If I whiff, there's a number of
It's
recovery
the
frames.
one of the most important techniques in Virtua Fighter.
And a lot of, and most fighting games kind of punish you for inputting early. So VF, it's hard to teach people that's coming from other fighting. It's easy to teach people who've never played a fighting game how to buffer than when you came from another fighting game.
You know, ironically,
Because
I wonder if no one played a fighting game before and they just played a bunch of Souls, if they would get that, because Souls has a lot of input buffering.
Like I said, it's really easy to teach buffering to people who've never played a fighting game. I've taught so many people, but teaching people who've played a fighting game before, their gut is like, I don't want to ruin my skills in the other fighting game. And they're like, I'll just try to perfectly time everything. And you're like, I was like, in this game, when you try to perfectly time everything, you're going to be late most of the time.
Yeah, because the game has really tight frame windows. That's the difference. It's like a really tight frame windows compared to most other games. They give you like 10 bajillion advantage frames on hit, so you can hit somebody, you can take a nap, wake up, think about it, and then press your next button.
Yeah.
For VF, it's like, nope.
Game, so when I fight opponents, I'm looking to see if they buffer or if they don't properly, right?
Yeah.
If they buffer,
what's the most important thing they should be buffering? Like, what input should they be buffering that you're looking for? Throw text, or what are you looking for?
Okay, so the skill check, the basic skill check, which means it's actually hard, like for a beginner to do, but it's something that if they're more seasoned, they start to do, is how they buffer when they realize that they're going to block your low punch, right?
Okay.
So you throw a low punch, and technically the standard is that they can just block and do an elbow. They could actually block and do a launcher. They could block and do a sidekick, but low punch has so little recovery frames. It's so little time. For a beginner, they're going to be late almost for sure. And so for a beginner, then it's like, well, okay, if you're having trouble with this, try to block it and do a low punch back. It's not that great. But then work your way up. If you can start doing block and low punch back, now I want you to block.
What should they be doing? Like if they did this, you're like, oh, this is legit. Like if they block it and elbow, or if they block it and do a launcher?
Yeah, elbow.
Elbow.
Elbow is the standard.
Okay.
And the reason elbow is the standard is because it's the fastest
for
move.
myself, because I need to do that shit.
Because
I still think I do. I think I do confirm low blocks too long still, where I'm like, oh, I blocked the low. Okay, now I'm gonna do a follow up, but I don't buffer the follow up.
And so, like a studious player, a player that might study, a player maybe like yourself. The funny thing about this is to explain why the elbow is the reason, right? And the reason it's hard to explain that is because you'll look at the frame data and you'll be like, I only get like 0 frame advantage on normal hit. Like, what's so good about elbow? Right? And it's like, yeah, but you get like +7 on counter hit. But also,
safe.
But the main thing is that elbow is your fastest mid attack.
Yeah.
And what did we say about mid attacks? Can't crush it.
Yeah.
So this is your way of saying, if you're gonna hit buttons and I block your elbow, and if I block your low punch and I elbow, your button just is just going to get counter hit by this elbow. And then I can see what we can go from there. We can know if we're what kind of we're playing. But if you can't do this thing though, if you can't block and counterattack right away, then I can mash. So if you're not, that's how I'm telling you. Are you buffering or not? And if you're not buffering, I can mash a bit more because when you don't use your frame advantage, my attacks are way better than their.
Yes. Yeah.
Right? Because now I can use bigger attacks in smaller situations.
Yeah.
And so basics, but with VF you kind of have to go back to like how this goes to grasp why you should do it this way. And then so back to the evasion thing. If I know you're buffering, I can buffer evade. But your case, so what happens? Why is it trouble? Because you're talking about doing it in like as a reaction to them attacking as opposed to are they buffering attack or not? Now, if they're not buffering, how do I evade? I have to backdash and evade or dash and evade just to throw away frames.
Yeah.
And just to kind of evade more likely to work.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
You know? So this is kind of like an empty, like I guess in Dark Souls it's like empty swing into a roll or something.
Yeah.
You know?
Exactly.
Like throw away frames so that there's just a higher chance that you get the actual tech that you want. You know?
That's so interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna keep that in mind because yeah, it's funny because when I'm playing against someone who plays a little bit like tighter and a little bit more on frame advantage and frame disadvantage, I find myself having a bit of an easier time understanding, all right, here's what's going to happen. But like you said, if you're playing against someone who they're kind of just a little off rhythm because they're not buffering, it is kind of like you sidestep, but you sidestep too early. Now you're getting hit. You're like, damn it. Yeah. So that's good. The backdash is a good idea.
If your opponent doesn't know what they're doing, if they're mashing, right? Like if we can break it down into like the beginner archetypes, right?
Mashers.
So if you're fighting a masher, then in Virtua Fighter you do a low punch because it's fast, and because if in VF the way it's designed, if you mash, it's going to be a high attack. It's like, there's a high attack. So you do a low punch just to gain advantage.
Yep.
And from that low, you immediately buffer into like a launcher, and that'll just destroy somebody that's mashing. Then there's the turtle. So the turtle is the guy who just sits there blocking all day. So the answer's kind of easy. You throw them. You just keep throwing them.
Yeah.
Now the tricky one is the YOLO. You only live once, right?
Yes.
Okay, there's different this, but here's the general gist. The YOLO player wants to hit you with something big, and they've realized that when they try to hit you with something big, they lose to fast attacks, right? So what they do is they stand far away. They stand far away from you, waiting for an opportunity to hit this big attack.
Yes.
And so what you do against this player is actually, it's counterintuitive for if you're coming from other fighting games. But the answer is you move. The advantage to Virtua Fighter using a guard button, you can dash forward and block
it. Yes, you use
just
the block offensively.
Move forward and block.
Yeah.
Get in his greed zone. Get into his greedy zone, and then hit the guard button, and so that he will attack into your guard, and then use that advantage, and then watch what he does. So he's going to do one of two things. When you block this big YOLO attack, is he going to attack? Because some of them do that. Or is he going to try to throw you? Right? Or is he going to try? Or is he actually going to defend? Now, if he tries to attack or throw, then all you have to do is block his YOLO and then attack him, launch him. Or two, you block him, and if you realize he's defensive, so he's like, oh, they blocked my big thing, I'm going to defend. So you block and you throw them.
Yeah.
And that's
using your guard offensively, yeah.
So if you understand these three beginner archetypes and how to fight them, understand that a lot of times after that, the game is scaling that tighter and tighter and tighter.
Yes.
To where, okay, right now he's a turtle. Right now he's a masher. Right now he's a YOLO.
Yeah, he's swinging big. Okay, our boy Himijan fighting for his life. Gene on Gene battle. So Himijan is the Yakuza Gene for the viewers at home.
Oh, ready for it.
Oh, come on. This is not... We're best of 5, though. Oh, beautiful double sidestep.
Yeah.
I like it. I like it.
So what's crazy about VF sidestep system for viewers at home is if you attack, your sidestep loses evasiveness, right? So you need to make sure you're fully clear of the attack before you counterattack, right?
Point on the board.
That was so sick. Dangerous.
I'm sorry, what's-
Severely dangerous.
Can you explain that?
I think
Well,
the
for example,
information
you
he gave
can't,
that
like, if you're
backdash to, like,
sidestepping
set
and
up
you
that
get
situation so well.
the
He
evade,
wanted to chase and make
so you
something
begin the
happen.
evade,
Just
but
like
then
that
you
4-6K play
st-
comes
you
in.
start to attack.
Setsu's got a smile on his
then
face.
the
Uh-huh.
the iframes
Trying
go
to
away
figure it
when
out.
you start that
He's
attack,
right
right?
there.
So you
He's
can't
on the
like
cusp. We've seen it
evade
from
and
him
then
before.
do some slow follow-up if their hitbox is still gonna hit you.
Okay, now we've got the Evo power-up. Let's
I'm
see.
still
Oh,
figuring
okay.
this out.
No, no,
He
okay.
goes under.
Yeah, I can explain that too, but we'll talk about it between matches.
Sure.
But
4KP comes out,
but I will explain that
getting
one
off
to you.
of this
Yeah.
wall. 4KP comes out.
You're talking about what people call what Tekken players will try to call tracking, but I'll explain it to you because it'll make sense. But it is a little detailed to explain it.
Yeah.
Yeah. They know
It's
exactly
cool
what
when you
they're
understand it
doing.
though. It's really cool when you understand it.
That's a big chop, yeah.
Just understand the game doesn't want you to just evade and mash.
Yes. Yes.
Think that-
Exactly.
It wants you to be precise. It wants you to actually look at the situation. Because it doesn't happen that much, it sticks out in people's brains.
Yes. Yes.
Ducked after that first hit.
Okay, Himajan's on the board at least here.
Round even.
Chop comes out, 2P, 4K.
He has to be versed at this matchup because he's been playing a lot of Gentleman Thief, a lot of Gene on Gene matches.
He is, but he's fighting what might be the second best John player in the world. You know, and Virgo is it would be the first best John player in the world, right? So Densetsu is now Densetsu is very aggressive, and so with that aggressiveness, you can kind of sometimes blow them up,
Yeah.
but at the same time they're probably blowing you up with
Yeah.
how skilled they are.
4K.
Just
Ooh.
the one.
Hit
Just the
4K.
one.
Yeah, I like it.
No charge.
Oh my God, you went for guard
Yeah,
break.
and
and
they're-
John-
It's
That's
crazy
a
how
double-
clean their movement in this game is, how like precise the sidestepping is, how quick the follow-ups
Oh,
are.
scary. Wall situation.
It's
So,
my favorite thing
I
about
guess
it.
really, if we got 1-1, I can kind of say this. No, this is still first to 2. I'll wait till after this battle to talk.
Still
to explain
first to
it.
2? We're not in...
Easy
No,
peasy.
because this is loser semifinals. When we
Right.
get to losers final,
I did
it's
that.
gonna
Right.
the 3. So, by the way, love the end controller. Love also the Razer Pantera.
No more of this.
A lot of Japanese players love the Razer Pantera. I think it was awesome especially for its time.
Harnessing his
But, yeah.
power.
But loving that end stick from Italy.
Yeah, I still got my... Well, the innards are now all custom parts, but I still have my old Hori stick. That thing is just a sledgehammer.
I still love my Hori sticks though, and I still love Hori's roll.
Well,
And,
all the
fight
parts are
stick.
replaced, though. It's literally just the case.
There's just a slobber.
Every part is new.
Nothing but counter hits and shenanigans.
I love that you might have. For the record, I will give a shout out. I do like your the build that you talked about a few years ago. I tried one. Someone
Nice.
built-
Yep, I still got it. I
built-
still use it.
And I really loved it. I really liked it. And you proclaim it because you're like, this is what I stand by. But some people take it a different way.
Well,
But I really like that. I used it and I was
Well,
like, this
here's the
feels-
problem. When you find, in my opinion, ever since I found that stick, I've stopped buying things. So I've had the same, since I made that video, I've had the same lever for what, 2 years, 3 years? So it's like, yeah,
Oh, the step.
why, I could see it causing problems because it's like, right, now we're not going to buy stuff anymore? Right, so, obviously those are my
Well,
feelings.
Oh, I don't think
Himajan, no.
really great a lot of people, and I think it's really good. I love the way it plays. Yeah, so but Himajan was happy, honored to have a good fight, and so usually Himajan despises losing like crazy, but I think
Yeah, he's got
they felt humbled by
Yeah.
Densetsu, but it was a and
Yeah.
they know they fought well. So okay, so we'll talk about sidestepping and why does this game not want you to just evade and mash mindlessly? Okay,
Well,
so
can we get into, all
this
right,
game-
because I've been studying the sidestep, and it is, I think I understand it, but
So-
basically it's like, let's say
so
they're doing
say-
an elbow, right? Or sorry, not an elbow. It can't be an elbow. It needs to be kind of a string of some kind, right?
okay,
So
so
you,
it's either a string
yes,
or an insanely slow attack.
yes,
Insanely slow. So let's talk about the single attack or a single string, right?
yeah,
It's right. So in the string, it's easier to understand at first, but this also applies to like if we imagine a super slow. A good example is a charge attack.
yeah,
So a lot of times, charge attack. In a charge attack, like Leon is going to do his peekaboo. He's crouching into the peekaboo. Sorry, I'm going to plug in charger. Okay. So Leon's gonna do this charge attack, and so all you have to do is you have to evade it, right? But if he does max charge, this thing takes like 40 frames. But otherwise it's like a 24 frames.
Right.
If it's just really quick, right? So successful evade is 23 frames. And what happens during successful evade is, yes, you do move, but really what's happening is that you're invincible.
Yes.
You're invulnerable for 23 frames. And then, so when you do this successful evade, if like now they're still in the attack. And what happens is that after those 23 frames expired, you're no longer evaded.
Right.
Evading. But so they still haven't hit yet. Right?
Yeah.
So if they still haven't hit yet, now in this case,
so would you sidestep again?
If you press nothing at all, they will generally they will whiff. So you press nothing.
Oh, interesting.
And then you can attack. So wait till the hit frames are gone and attack them during the recovery frames. But if, in this case, instead, you hit guard, you hit punch, you hit kick, you hit a direction, you hit input, anything at all.
Right.
They will stack.
They will realign or something.
They will realign.
Yes.
No longer invincible, realign. And this happens with
and that's any input. Any input. So even like a forward or back directional input?
Even a direction, yeah. Even a direction, yeah.
So we've gotten to the bottom of this.
The game wants you to evade and watch. It's like, pay attention.
Okay.
You know? It's like, and because in the old games, in VF4 Vanilla, VF4 EVO, Virtua Fighter 5 Vanilla, a lot of players would tend to like evade and just mash something.
Yes, that's what I do.
Just mindlessly, and it it's kind of dumb and it looks dumb too. And there's actual reasons to not do it, but there wasn't enough disincentive. So it looks ugly, but also you're just not engaged in the mind game. This retracking rule, totally, you need to be stuck in that mind game. You need to be watching and paying attention.
That's so good to know.
It's very rewarding, though.
Real quick, I'm gonna answer. Thanks so much for the donation, Shinkansen Leon or Lion. The perfect surprise on my birthday. Happy birthday, my dude. Totally unaware, and lo and behold, Mark livestream. Chef's Kiffs. It's VF. Yes. Well, you're a VF fan. You've tuned into the right live stream. Thanks so much for the donation. And Scarred Steel asks, will you be following up the 10 choices for VF6 vid? Absolutely. As we get more info on VF6, I'm like waiting. Come on, give me more VF6 intro. Yes, I'm gonna be covering it as more info comes out for sure, because I'm personally really interested. So. If I wasn't, I wouldn't. But I'm personally so far very invested in what VF6 is going to look like for sure. So yeah, I'm going to keep my eye on it, see what's going on with VF6. But thanks so much.
Also, happy birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday, either Leon or Lion. Thanks so much, my dude. And thanks so much, Steel. But yeah, so you've solved the mystery for me, because I think what I've been doing, because I heard somewhere, someplace, like just chattering, that it was specifically attacks that realigned you. So I think what I've been doing is I've been pressing forward, and then they realign with me. I'm like, what happened? But it's not just attacks. It's any input at all. That's so good to know. I feel like that's super important to know. And now everything makes sense.
Yeah. Okay, so you see, at beginner level, you see it because you evade a string, right? So
yes,
because people are going to do PPP at beginner level.
Yes.
At higher level, you see this as much, so this becomes more and more rare, and it happens more like on charge attack or them doing certain strings. But at higher level, you will see it on delay strings and stuff too. So,
yes. Yeah. What happens is, I'm telling you what happens to me, and now I know how to solve it. Is there'll be a string, and it's a linear string, and I'm like, I know this is coming. I'm going to sidestep this bad boy. And I've heard that if you press attack, it will realign. So I won't be pressing attack. But I did not know about the directional thing. So what's happening is I'll sidestep it. Then I'll step forward, to get nice in range. And then I get hit in the face. I'm like, what happened? So the direction was really important to know.
To keep your awareness up, though, and to try to minimize harm, what I will tell you, though, when depending on the string that this happens on, there can be a little jankiness on this. So
sure, yes.
be cases where you did what you felt was the right thing, but whatever reason it didn't, like, it still tracked you or something.
Yeah.
Especially when it comes to delay string, this might happen. So I'm just going to give you a heads up.
Well, as
because
long as
I
I
don't
know
want
the
to
rules of this, because
Yeah,
I
I
feel
want
like
you to know there are
if I knew
but
that key part about the directions in the guard, that part I didn't know. So now it's like, okay, we at least know what's happening on a technical
Yeah.
level.
Yeah, but I don't want you to end up, like slamming your stick or something, when it betrays expectations.
What the hell?
Because it might still get hit. Yeah. I know, I know a certain dev who was notorious for their rages, and even like literally has like in their old flat like a ball top hole like on their ceiling because they literally threw the fight stick up in the air.
No, I don't. VF almost never makes me rage. I haven't raged in a fighting game except when, but no, I hardly ever rage in VF. It just doesn't induce that feeling in me quite so much.
No, I understand. I'm glad that I have never really raged. But I mean, I express. I definitely, fist bump and stuff like that. But
I've
or fist
raged in
pump.
my past many a time, especially in Street Fighter 4. Good God, I raged so much in that game. When Sanford Kelly smashed his stick on the ground, I'm like, "Yep, I get it. I get it.
Yeah.
I've get it."
Well, okay. So the closest I have was actually this year. I was in the grand final of a tournament, but like we were like a side game at that tournament. So and our tournament was scheduled at a later time. So by the time we were in our grand finals, other setups around us were already like in casuals. So then people don't know for sure that we're in a tournament. And so I was in a serious match, and my opponent was about to reset the grand finals on me. And a friend came up to my shoulder and just screamed, "Hey, who's playing Virtua Fighter?" And I got so pissed. And I gave him the evil eye. And I was like, I'm in a grand finals right now.
You should be executed for this crime.
And,
Yeah,
and
you
then,
should be
and then when
executed.
and then when the reset happened, I was like, and that was the reset.
That's funny. That's funny. Thanks so much, Musashi, by the way. Lei Fei are in the top.
Well, we had two amazing Lei Feis, three amazing Lei Feis in this tournament.
Okay.
But they didn't make it to the top 8, but they got far. So VF Numbers had an amazing run. And VF Numbers is our most famous North American Lei Fei player. And then we had LD Wells, amazing player. I fight him a lot. He's in my region. He's from the Seattle area. And then finally, we have a new up-and-coming player, Twice a Day. Really amazing Lei Fei player. So yeah, if you watch the day 1, day 2 stuff, you'll see some awesome Lei Fei play.
Yes, and now that we have the replay system in R.E.V.O, I've been doing this with Sarah replays. You can track down characters and like, all right, is there a high-ranked player that plays Sarah? And then watch the replays. I've been doing that. It's so useful because sometimes it's hard to find footage of the character at a high level. So you can also do that in R.E.V.O. Oh, Itabashi Sangif.
Yeah, he's doing so good.
Losers finals. Wow.
This is an amazing performance by Itabashi Sangif right now, honestly. So
but
right
like
now,
I was
this is
saying,
like
that seasoned, veteran power up comes in.
All right.
Ooh. So we've lost Timajan, but we still have another Gene player.
Yeah, we got Densetsu.
He's like the final boss version of Gene. He's like the sensei.
So I'll tell you some fun inside info on Densetsu SP here. So again, I told you earlier, Densetsu SP is a Street Fighter 6 Pro. So we got 2 Street Fighter 6 Pros in the losers final right now. They're arguably the second strongest Jean player. Now here's the funny details. So, and I've also said they're like the most aggressive Jean. Wow, they turned that around really good. Mm-hmm. So they're like the most aggressive Jean. Okay. In real life, you can see that Densetsu is very nice looking, very pleasant, smiles, right? And they're not that tall. Now with this shirt, they look a bit younger, but normally in their day-to-day clothes, it's really calm and stuff. So in Japan, there's a nickname for Densetsu among friends. And so Chimpanzé was the one who's like, "Chanchai, I want you to finally meet Densetsu." you can call him Obasan, which means grandma.
Oh,
So
that's
his nickname
funny.
is grandma. And Densetsu is like a teddy bear. Like in real life, like when you meet Densetsu, is like hello, you know, it's just like a teddy bear, and it's just like actually on their YouTube channel, which is awesome to watch. Their YouTube channel, their image used to be a grandma.
Oh,
It
that's
looks like them.
funny. That's funny. Yeah, it's funny.
So we got grandma versus uncle.
Like sometimes the differential between someone's like the way someone plays competitively and like their IRL sort of just demeanor.
Yeah. By the way, the score is off. It's 1-1. I got really confused too, but the score is 1-1.
Oh, geez.
Yeah. Like Evo staff, please fix it quick.
What if they
watch
accidentally
them
miscount? Like, all right, Itabashi won.
it's like suddenly we see Start GG updated the wrong way.
Oh, the corner. Oh, the double corner on this stage is scary when you're on the diagonal corner because left and right are ring outs. You're like, oh no. Yeah, it's like the
There's
worst corner
lot
ever.
Of plays where you think you got out of it and then you get rung out the other way.
Right,
You know?
exactly.
Like they escape your throw. Oh my god, I'm still in the ring out threat. You know.
Base asks, excuse me, ignorance, but how does Shun's drinks work? So they unlock more moves at a basic sort of level. They unlock
Gets more
moves.
levels. Each point actually increases his damage slightly, like 1%.
Okay,
so his damage goes
slight damage buff and more moves
actually,
unlock, right?
Yeah, and he even launches a little better too. So, like,
bigger launchers, huh?
Very, very minute. But if you ever get Shun to 40 drinks, you really get to see what he can do. So there are in Japan, there are some videos of like combos that you could only do if you gave him some ridiculous amount of drinks.
Right. Jeez.
Yeah. And usually his face gets more red too.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, you'll see even in VF3, you'll see how much. Actually, VF2 as well, but you'll see him get more red.
Okay.
See, these are the post-round drinks we talked about.
Yes, that's crazy. So the post-round actually matters against a Shun.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
But if you sidekick him, you crumple him, and that gives you the best way to do the maximum sober combo post-death.
Okay, here we go. This is
Densetsu making good use of delay attacks.
Oh my gosh. This is scary. Oh, great counterattack there. Getting back into the center stage. Nice and safe.
Fun reads you can do to kind of practice reading. Simple reads you can make. Does the player play aggressively or defensive at the opening? But also at the end of the round, do they tend to use neutral throw? When the opponent's life is low, do they tend to use neutral?
That's a good one. That's a good one. Okay, 2-2. This is why best of 5 is cool. This is what I was talking about. Best of 5, you get these.
Both of these two are just really wonderful guys.
Yeah, he seems like he has a good sense of humor whenever I watch him in tournament.
He does, and he's just really cool. Like like when we were at the bar, he's just really, really nice and fun to talk to, and wanting to talk to anybody that's like he just came up to my table and just started talking to me, and it was a lot of fun. I love that guy.
Yeah, the VF players seem nice in terms of like their social skills, which is nice.
Well, that's an interesting comment because I'd say yes, they tend to be nice and pleasant but I would say most VF players I've ever met all around the world, China, Europe, Japan, Thailand, anywhere. More often than not, most of the VF players are introverted or introverts.
Yeah, I could see that.
Like the other community I've ever encountered. So.
Yeah, because it's such a studious series in terms of the way it's designed and the way it's balanced and the way it presents itself. So I could see it kind of being a type of game that would filter out if you get part of it.
But that is also why our sassy players are very famous too.
Yes,
so,
right.
Like the Boon Boon Maro from the VF2, VF3 era. Chibita for his insane plays, but also but he's like friendly sassy.
Yeah.
He's just incredible. But he's also like you know, like kind of from a different planet type of the way they see him. You know.
Oh my
He's
God. Here we go. We cannot allow this. Oh no.
God, so freaking.
Shun.
Oh no!
Oh, he's got all the drinks too. I didn't even notice. He's got 14 drinks.
Yeah,
He's powered up.
good battle. Itazan is having the time of his life. He is back in the grand
Come on,
finals.
come on.
Congratulations,
Oh
Itazan.
man.
Chiwapon are the next two
Wow.
qualifiers for
Wow.
Open Championship.
So he's against the Pi player, correct?
Yeah, but he's guaranteed to fight in the Open Championships in which they haven't said where it's going to be at. We have no idea where they'll be. I have
Where do
no
you
idea.
predict?
Only-
Where do you predict?
Where do I predict?
Yeah.
This is hard because I was for sure thinking it was going to be in Saudi Arabia, but they made it clear that NVIDIA is the sponsor. But they made clear that NVIDIA is the sponsor on the store. And then also there's been mentions that it could be in North America, but then there's also, it could be in Japan at Sega's. Sega has a really nice venue now.
You know, Namco
so,
used to
like,
do that before it was pretty
right.
cool.
So I had a strong feeling it would be Saudi Arabia, but they, you know, they've been so quiet about this whole time, so they haven't said anything. So now in my head, I'm not so sure, but I'm like, well, Saudi Arabia is one idea. Japan at Sega's current venue, which looks really cool, could be that. And then, but somebody had mentioned North America. I was like, really?
That makes
so
sense.
I didn't expect North.
That makes sense to me because of just sort of the international. You could draw everyone internationally there, I think.
Yeah, I think so. Well, so I do think that I do think that's a huge factor in that. I do. So we'll see. So I think now more players are thinking North America or Japan, but I wouldn't rule out, you know, Saudi Arabia. You know, just I'm only saying that just because of seeing the people that were sending the well wishes to Virtua Fighter during the direct, during Video Game Awards last year. That's the only reason.
Yeah,
Like,
there's a lot of
you know,
money happening with that because I think isn't the esports. I only know this because I follow StarCraft, Brood War, and so I hear a little bit about. Isn't there some sort of big esports cup or something that's now there or whatever?
Yeah, well, now they're also advertising a city as being like the esports city.
Whoa!
You know? So,
yeah.
That's been on the EVO broadcast this week too, so it's been interesting to watch. But we'll see. We'll see what happens, you know. And I think, but. You know, we'll see what happens. There's so many things to consider.
I would bet
so it was only
North America. If I'm putting my money down, I bet it's North America.
More people are saying that. So I'm really happy. If that happens, I'm so happy.
Yeah, because we could go. That would be awesome.
We could go, yes. We would have to go. We must go.
I would. I definitely would. If it was in somewhere remotely close to me. So outside of like New York City or something, like I would go. Here we go.
All right, let's
grand finals, baby.
I think the first 3 games are going to be the most important thing here.
Absolutely. If you get the reset or not. So the Pi player is undefeated so far, standing in winner's side. Oh. Though I have heard people talk about that the person coming in from losers sometimes can have a bit of a momentum boost from just fighting their way through losers. They feel that momentum kind of carrying them forward. I could see that being a factor in VF for sure.
Well, I think it's very true because, like, it's not a guarantee, but here's the things to think about, right? One, the way that these events are structured, you're going to be fighting you're going to fight the grand finals after the losers finals.
Yes.
And sometimes after the losers semifinals and finals, but usually it's usually just the losers finals because the person that got sent from the winners final. But the gap between winners final and grand finals, it depends on the structure.
Yeah.
And so sometimes a big gap. Now, some players work better with that gap and some players work worse with that gap. If you hit the zone, if you hit flow state during the winners final, that means you're not going to have it in the grand finals for sure. And so if you're running hot in the winners final, that's something to look for. Now, that said, different players respond differently that way. There are players that always play great, amazing when they have adrenaline. Right. And there are players that are amazing, but they play terrible when they have adrenaline.
Yes, yes.
You know? So these are factors, right? and then but then when you're going from losers finals to grand finals, if you're a person that runs better on adrenaline, that
Yes,
can
you
mean
get
that
that
you have
boost.
that momentum
Yeah.
swing.
Yeah. So far, down a game. So there's a mountain to climb here. Ooh, this is just looking like a brick wall. Shun is hitting his head on a brick wall. That is what's happening right now.
The world is hitting a brick wall trying to hit Shiwapon. So this
Yeah.
ducking throws. It's counterattacking correctly usually, and if you whiff, it sometimes hits you with something hard.
Yes.
And then it's reacting to any slow mid you do. Go ahead though. Sorry.
Well, I was wondering on the Pi player side, Itabashi Zangief is a little bit of an unexpected person in grand finals, right? So
Yes,
they're
I mean,
probably
it's
feeling
not
like relieved, like,
it's a
oh,
sneak here.
I got this.
Yeah, so well, they're definitely in a relaxed state, and
Yeah.
also the fact that this event gave you 2 invitations to that. Oh, the world is off his shoulders, so
Right.
now he can just have.
Right.
So now that depends how does he respond to it, but I think he responds well to having fun. So
Yeah. Okay, well, we might get this tied right back up 1-1.
Really good that he didn't he didn't try to force this.
Yes.
Good.
And Shun, this must be Shun's favorite stage because he counterpicks this stage a lot. And I'm assuming because of the ring outs.
Shun is good at
And
the ring
space.
out.
And the space.
But also because you know how we talked about the sobering game, right?
Yeah.
Sober combos and stuff, right? The wall, you're gonna get sobered.
Right.
Sure.
No walls. Get those walls out of here.
Whereas ring out, right? If your opponent wins by ring out,
They can't sober
they
you.
took away the sober you.
Yeah.
It's ironic, right? Because you should be watered down.
Walls.
You know?
Counterpicking, getting the fence involved.
That's what, some people joke that that if you get ring out on RAF stage, the water should sober you up.
Right.
You know?
That would make sense. That would be really funny. Okay.
So yeah, there's a funny story that in World Cyber Games, I think 2009 for Virtua Fighter 5 Vanilla, there was the rules there had made it 5 rounds. So everyone's like, this is stupid because it shouldn't, you know?
Right. He just gets more and more powerful. Oh, yes. All right. This is going to be a quick
that was a really
return
good read on
game.
the draw.
If Shun doesn't get
Oh my
drunk.
gosh.
Quick, get drunk, Shun.
Now we're at the 8. Now he's got the best launcher game, and that was it. That backdash into the Chowan, which is an uppercut.
Oh, okay.
Oh, this is it. There's no way. Shiropon only needs to hit with the jab. So
Yeah,
okay.
we're slightly behind, but yeah, we're on the final round here, and that's it.
We
Yeah.
want to reset. We want to reset.
Yeah,
No matter who you're rooting for a reset.
for sure. Yeah. This could be it right here. Yeah, it's crazy how fast VF grand finals are, top 8s are, because the game is just so fast.
Also, someone mentioned Fudo. I do want to give a shout out that Fudo is also a Virtua Fighter legend.
Yes, yes.
Of course,
Doesn't he play Shun?
Yeah, they played Shun. They played Leon before that too. In fact, if VF6 was a continuance of VF, I wouldn't be surprised if Leon was made the winner, because I think Fudo won the tournament where that would have been determined which character won the series game.
Oh no. Last round. Or it could be last round.
Nice. Man. It's for the crush.
Shun's fighting back. There we go. He's getting close to the magic 8. There it is. Doesn't he drink? There it is. He passed 8. All right. Yeah, the Pi player looks so confident, so unfazed.
That was a good battle. This was an awesome tournament. And it's also really great to be here with you. I really appreciate this.
Oh, yeah, thanks for coming by. This is it right here. No!
Shiopan's got it.
Destroyed.
Shiopan's really happy with that, and I'm happy.
Yeah.
Shiopan's a wonderful too. I do chat with them. They're not afraid to use a translator to chat back and forth.
Oh, that's cool. Wow.
Yeah.
So is Hydrix, we've seen multiple players with this jersey on. Is this a Japanese sponsor?
So it's a new team. I don't know the conditions of the team, but I feel like this team was formed by certain VF pros that really want to make it into the Open Championship. So I think they found a sponsor and they found a venue.
Right.
I think the Open Championships, the number one Jean player in the world. Virgo mentioned in the feature video that they don't have a good gaming PC, and so oh wait, no, but for them it's MGG, Master Genesis Gaming. So MGG provided them like a venue to play at and to practice and train on R.E.V.O.
Nice.
On PC. So, but yeah, Hydrix seems to be this team with Homestay Akira, Densetsu. Like the players from Hydrix are all represented here, so they were determined that the two Japanese players will get this, will get these two spots, right? But yeah, we now have Chimpanzé. We got Virgo. Himajan qualified through North America online qualifiers.
Yes,
So
I watched those.
Third person with, so even if Himajan made top two here, then it would be like first and third or second and third.
Right.
It would get the right. So
Yeah.
but Himajan at least really showed why they deserve that spot too. And then now we've got Shiwapan being the fourth and Itabashi Zangief being the fifth.
So how many slots are available for that tournament?
I think there's 10 total.
Okay.
I was surprised at the number. Well, you think it's 8 or 12, but I think there's 10 slots available. And so we have Europe in 2 weeks. Versus Fighting offline tournament, and that one nobody can register for that event now. Like the registration closed for the European offline qualifier about last week.
Right.
So so we at least know it's there, and if there's no Japanese players there, and even if there were, a strong favorite in that one's going to be the one to watch in 2 weeks, would be Nero. Nero is a player from Italy. He's ridiculously strong.
Oh, that's cool. I haven't seen any European players.
I would say that the Japanese even kind of compare him a little bit, not like fully, but they kind of compare him to Chanchai.
Oh.
Partly because his personality is very unique. He's very expressive. He jokes a lot.
Right.
And he just there's always something a little different about him, but he's just one of the most lovable people when you meet him. And the way he plays is like a genius VF. Like it's really, if you're consistently, like playing off frames, he'll scale up to play off frames to destroy that, right? So because if you're
very adaptable.
So he's adapting. Not just that he's just going to do the frame tight thing here. He's like, oh, you do it this way, okay? I can use a bigger attack, and I'm going to blow you up. Very scary. So he's very hyper aware of the numbers, and he's hyper aware of the situation. And Nero's an amazing player, so he's a player to watch in 2 weeks. And he can cause upset.
And that world final is going to be next year, right? It's like a whole year away, isn't it?
I think it's going to be very early next. I'm under the impression it's early next year, but we'll see. We will see what it is. It will be weird if they just say it's EVO, then we're like, okay.
Right. Right. I don't think it will be. It'll be its own event, I assume.
I think that would be very confusing if they did that, and that'd be so exhausting for players.
Yeah.
For the players that I did that, so I'm very sure it's its own thing. It needs its own stage, but we'll see. Awesome. All right. They got the custom.
Hey, did they stop doing the sticks? Remember they used to give top 8 like a...
No, they still do it.
Okay.
This year it's Nikon Taija, but instead of being fully gold, like gold all around, it's kind of like gold within the art.
Oh, okay.
So, but I do think this looks a little better.
The idea was it was supposed to be like a trophy, though, that you'd like set on your shelf, right? And it was gold.
So actually, it looks like they
idea.
replaced the panel. It's not art panel. It's an actual. So there's bronze, silver panel, and then there'll be the
interesting. The last one will be solid gold.
Yeah.
Made of pure gold, worth $100,000 or whatever. Of course.
Yeah. Congratulations, Shiopon. It's really
Do they
amazing.
give him a giant check?
Evo, I thought they did, but
Let's see. Let's see
yeah.
if there's a giant check.
But you can't hold the check and that trophy though.
Oh yeah.
That's
There you go. Yeah, you're right.
amazing,
It's
man.
a gold faceplate, not like solid the whole thing over.
I was worried it was just like an acrylic layer with gold paper. So I'm
Yeah.
glad it's a plate. So
Yeah.
I'm really glad it's a plate.
Right.
Like you could actually take it out and put it on a frame or something. So which
Ty
is cool
asks,
too.
have I gotten you into shmups? I don't know. Do you play shmups?
I only play them casually, but I do love shmups, and but I do really like shmups. I just haven't dedicated much time to them. But I'm not an avid player. I'm very casual.
Yeah.
But I love watching it, and I do like watching your videos on shmups too. So
Well, that's all I ask for. That's all I ask for.
it's just,
That's awesome.
well, it's really great. Well, it's just also and I really love like your testing videos as well, especially the test you did for Ultimate Showdown.
Yes.
So, really like the kind of the display, and it helped settle some debates and helped people kind of. And you also made a lot of you always make really good extra points to kind of just give a complete picture of the view. But that's also what I love about your the way that you shape your arguments too, right?
Oh, thanks.
It's easy for people to write you off as being abrasive, but it's like, no, but he's really like, you completely give the full essay,
Yeah.
and you're like, you give the down and you're like, I'm not being unreasonable here, but I am making I'm making a proclamation. I'm making a value judgment because we should make value judgments, So.
Yeah. Well, that's part of critique. That's part of critiquing
It is.
things.
That is critique, right?
Yeah.
So, it is. And it's like, but yeah. So there's also why, I've run into people that are a big fan of yours when I go to
cool.
events and travel around, and so they'll be like, do you follow the Electric Underground? I was like, I love that channel. So
Yeah. I'll have to make an appearance, like especially if that Sega final is in North America. I would love to go and check it out. That would be so cool.
It would be really awesome. I think you'd like it too. And but most of us are introverts.
Yeah.
I'm just fortunate.
Yeah, I know. I feel like it is a
I'm
shame
an
that Virtua Fighter doesn't have someone to push back against everyone else, right? Like Virtua Fighter, if it gets dunked on, there's no one to protect it. It just gets dunked on.
Yeah.
It's yeah. I definitely know what you mean.
We've even in the old days, we were like the older guys, like it was like when most of the fighting game community were identified as high schoolers, we were like, there's a lot of us in college.
Yeah.
So it's kind of funny how that was always it always felt this way, like feeling like the old guys, even back then.
Yeah, I feel like that is kind of your journey in fighting games, though. I'm sure there are some people who start with Virtua Fighter, but you kind of, at least for me, you kind of like mature into it a bit, where it's like you start to appreciate it more and more as the years go on, and you're like, wow, it's so well balanced, it's so fundamental, it's so pure. When you're a newer player, like those things don't appeal to you as much, I don't think, because you're like, all right, what crazy crap I know this when I was playing Street Fighter 4. I was just like, all right, what vortex setups can I figure out with Akuma? Or like, what can I, you're looking for those more like really big meta type of things. But Virtua Fighter, as you get, I think, more and more into fighting games and more into like game design and stuff, you really start to appreciate how balanced and fundamental it is and how pure it is. That's why I'm really hoping that maintains for Virtua Fighter 6. It's going to break my heart if I start seeing ultras and oh my God, please no. So I don't think it will, though. I think we're going to be safe from that. But
I think we will be, but I think so. I think what they're trying to communicate to, I think the art's going to help communicate the excitement, but I think what's also going to be carried from the gameplay is going to be this constant, like this rapid pace. So the things that we love about Virtua that makes us obsessed. This game, it might not seem like on the top layer, on the superficial level, but I think VF6 is going to try to work to correct that. But on the play level, this game is insanely interactive.
Yeah,
it is so fast.
Fun. Yeah.
And why is it fast? Because it's not like I hit and then or I get hit and I gotta wait my turn.
Yeah, that's right.
What it is just like you got to make a decision all through all the interactions, and so just like, and so it's really an intense battle. It really is a fight back and forth constantly and frequently. This can be hard to follow. I do think the new VS is going to make it easier to follow visually and fun to follow, but it is this fast-paced exchange of decision making, which
Yeah.
is what I love in games, right? So I like that rapid pace. I like lots of options and decisions, but also how do we, interact, and then always interesting decisions because they change, because if I keep doing the same thing in this game, I will lose because
Yeah.
my opponent's just gonna do the thing that beats that, and then so now I got to move off that, but then this goes in seasons. So even though this option's bad right now, it'll get good later depending on
Yes.
how they play.
Yes. Absolutely. Yeah, I love the way the game treats frame advantage, because it doesn't treat frame advantage as this static state. It's very granular, and like there's an actual meaningful difference between, oh, you're -5, you're -7. Like the way the system is able to make frame advantage so fluid, I think is what makes it so interactive, because there's always states of disadvantage having meaningful consequences. So that's one of my favorite
Right,
things about it.
but I like how it loops with the evade system, right?
Yeah.
Because what does it do? Evade makes it so like so if they're plus 7, they have a huge advantage, right? And they do a launcher. Okay, traditionally in most fighting games, the launcher is punished by guard, and then you punish it, or whiff and
Yep.
punish, right? But that said, with this guessing game, it's do or die. But then if their profit is higher than the risk, then they should keep doing it, right? But then with VF, the evade system creates this system where actually, if I evade
Yep.
early enough in it, I can launch them and do a bigger damage against them.
Yeah.
So the risks is bigger, but you have to pass the skill check of evading there, of making that gamble. But
Yeah.
the throw keeps the evading, because throw in this game beats evade.
Yep.
So in this game, throw evades, circular beats evade, half circular beats evade, and delay attack. You can delay fast attack; it'll beat
Yeah.
evade.
Yeah.
So there's this thing that goes back and forth, but then there's option selects in this game where you're like, okay, but then everyone's like, how come the option selects? Why don't you think they're broken? If you can cover all these options, right? And it's like, actually in VF, with this buffer system, with this sidestepping system, it's created a way so that these option selects lose to a very simple thing, which is
Right.
sometimes either
Right.
A or do a really slow attack.
Yeah.
And they're like, what? And it's like, yes, now you have reason to do a really slow attack, where in other games you're like, that's just stupid.
Yeah.
That's like a bad attack.
Why
Never
would you ever
that.
do a slow
But in
attack in most games?
But
Yeah.
in VF, it's like, oh, he's doing an option select, so I'll do this slow ass attack, and it just launches, and it's
Yeah.
like, see, he tried to cover his bases, but you tried to cover too far, and now and there's a way to beat it.
Yeah.
And it
I
goes
feel like
full
the
circle.
game is really good at feeding back into that fundamental layer, right? It doesn't get, as soon as it starts to get too far away from it, there's something that brings it back into it, like a delayed attack or something. It brings it back to that fundamental layer. It doesn't get too off course there, which I really like.
Yeah, it always does go back to some fundamental thing, and the answer for whatever is messing with you is usually there actually is a simple. There are many answers, so people will ask me like, what do you like about VF so much, in addition to what I said earlier? And I was like, well, no matter what your opponent is doing, there's multiple good answers. And
Yeah.
they're like, isn't that every fight? Oh, a lot of fighting games, there's like 2 answers.
Yes.
And but this game, there's multiple good answers. And but that said, as amazing as that is, you have to remember, as whatever you are doing, there's multiple good answers for
Yeah.
what you're doing.
Yeah, you have to be able to adapt at all times. I love that.
So, anyways,
Alrighty.
thanks again.
Yeah, thanks for tuning in. Man, VF flew by. Flew by.
I told you, this game plays fast.
Yeah, it's fast. Yeah, definitely. We weren't sitting around watching a lot of extended combos and sequences and all that. It was really blink of an eye. That's what makes it so fun to watch too.
Also, I really appreciate your chat. I wish on my current setup today, under the conditions, I wasn't able to read the chat as much, but I'm gonna be reading them, and just want to say, you guys keep supporting the Electric Underground. And
Oh,
Mark,
that's nice.
your stuff is so awesome. I really do love your content.
Well, that's awesome.
And so I'm gonna let you do your thing because I'm gonna head off to take care of family
Yeah.
time.
Well, thanks for
This was a real.
joining and giving all the insight on VF. And if you guys have any questions about VF, Chanchai is a fantastic resource. Like today, we learned something very important, which is directions after an evade will realign you. So don't do that. So like,
Also,
you're such
on
a
this
great
video,
resource.
go ahead and. So even if you're watching this video later, on this video, go ahead and put if you have anything to ask me or anything you're curious about, go ahead and put a reply in the comments. I will reply to it. I promise you. I'll be reading the comments.
Oh,
So
awesome.
on this video.
Thanks.
So.
Thanks very much. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's awesome. Yeah, thanks so much for joining. And like, you guys definitely should subscribe to his channel. He's got all these great videos where he breaks down matches. You have a podcast that you do talking about the weekly tournaments that VF has. Yeah, I love it.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Yeah.
You have a good log out here so you can do what you do. But
Okay.
thank you. This was awesome.
Yeah, have
Cheers.
a good day. Okay, 1 second. Let me turn off the call. Oh, hold on a sec. Before I turn off the call, let's do this. Boom, boom, boom. Alrighty. Yeah, Chanchai. Oh, yeah, let me leave his name up. Yeah. There he was. There we go. If you want to see what his name was, Chanchai. He's such a cool guy, and he's so good at being, like, really helpful at explaining the game. Yeah, exactly. That's awesome. Thanks for some to his channel. He's really good at explaining the game. He's really good at explaining, like, how it works on a deep level, too. Like he was able to explain to me today, like, how sidestepping works down to the point where what I was doing, I do get a lot of successful sidesteps, but I'm noticing there's been times where I'll sidestep a string and I'll move forward to start, counterattacking or throwing or whatever I'm going to do. And I'll get clipped by like the last part of the string. And I was always wondering like, okay, what's causing me to get clipped? Because I looked it up online. This is probably some old forum post from 10 billion years ago. And it mentioned, oh yeah, don't attack because that will realign them. But I didn't know about like guarding or moving causing that realignment as well. That's so helpful to know. Yeah, let me link his channel. I'll do that right now. Hold on 1 second. Let me do that. Boom, boom. Do. There we go. Alrighty. I thought before we close out the stream, I'll sit and chat with you guys a little bit, talk to you all. And thanks for tuning in. I know Virtua Fighter isn't like a super popular game or anything, but I really love it. And so I was really excited to see it played at R.E.V.O top 8. Am I planning on reviewing KOF? KOF 2002 Unlimited Match. I've been playing that with Bog here and there, and I really like that. So I should at some point review KOF 2002 Unlimited Match. I really like that. Or is it 2001? I always get confused. Is it 2001 or 2002? It's one of those. But yeah, I really enjoy that a lot. So yeah, I should review it at some point. That'd be really cool because it's such a fun game. Yeah, VF has the replay system. I'm really glad they added that because it definitely needed it because it's 2002. Okay, good. It definitely needed it because it's hard to find matches. So, for example, if there's certain matchups, I'm like, all right, can I find a Sarah versus Go? Like, finding that online, I mean, they're out there, but YouTube's not very good at finding that for you. And so being able to search that on the replay system is so nice. So I'm really happy they added those replays. And also, too, when you're in matches and you end the match, you're like, how was I supposed to deal with that string exactly? Like, what's the frame data on that string? Having replay available, now you can see, all right, so he was like really disadvantaged in the middle, so I could have done something there, or you know what I mean? So, yeah, the replay system I think was really important to have because Virtua Fighter is such a frame-heavy game that it's really hard sometimes, especially with unfamiliar matchups, to exactly know what the frame situation was. And so by being able to look at the replay, then you can just so much more quickly identify, all right, so this is the frame situation. This is what I could have done and build that into your muscle memory a lot easier. 2001 is cool, too. It got weird music in a good way. Yeah, I should check out the soundtrack for 2001. Scared Steel says, love the VF vids, to be honest. Thanks, Scared Steel, or Scarred Steel. I'm glad you like them. I'm really looking forward to more information about VF6. I'm betting they're not going to announce it until like the big games, right? They're not going to announce it, sadly, probably during the VF as we saw here, because it's not the main channel. The main channel's a different one, so yeah. Or maybe they already announced World Tour and that's all we're going to get, which that looks really cool. That they're going to bring in more single-player content. I think that was really needed. And so I love all these additions and support they're giving to R.E.V.O because it makes the game easier to recommend. And I like that because right now I really wholeheartedly recommend R.E.V.O. I love R.E.V.O. It's my favorite fighting game out right now. But when someone says, hey, what about the single player content? You're like, well, fire up Final Showdown and play special sparring and Final Showdown. So, yeah, I do like the idea. I do like bringing the single player element back into R.E.V.O because that was really needed. And so, yeah, I think it's really impressive and cool how Sega are supporting R.E.V.O so much. And I think one reason why they're doing it, and I think it's a good sign, is that they're going to use R.E.V.O as sort of a lead-in to 6. And so hopefully there's going to be a ton of continuity between them, right? Because they wouldn't support R.E.V.O this heavily and then introduce 6, and 6 is like this whole other beast. And so I get the feeling that 6 should be somewhat related to traditional Virtua Fighter, hopefully. Damar's asking, Mark, are you craving some Chipotle? No, I remember this year wasn't so bad. But last year, restreaming Third Strike, the amount of Chipotle commercials during Third Strike was insane last year, to the point where it kind of annoyed me. And I was like, I'm not eating a Chipotle for like a good while now because I'm just so turned off by... Like, you know what that it's like, that effect where it's like pancakes. You know, you eat one pancake and it's delicious. You're like, amazing. But if you have to eat like 50, you're like, oh, I don't want to see another pancake. That's a Mitch Hedberg joke. That's really funny about that. But Chipotle was so overdone last year and they played that commercial where they're stirring the guacamole or whatever so much that I was like, oh, it started to gross me out. If you keep, I feel like especially with food commercials, if you keep replaying the same images of food over and over and over, it goes from like the first time you see it, you're like, oh, I could go for some Chipotle. That sounds good. But by like the 8th time, you're kind of like disgusted. I think that's what's happened with R.E.V.O and Chipotle, where they did the ads so aggressively last year that it kind of turned me off. Yeah, exactly. I feel like it's too much, right? I think just a little. I think they did a little better this year, right? I don't think there were too many Chipotle ads or anything. But holy smokes, last year was insane. The Sony push for Concord was foreshadowing. Crazy how that ended up. No kidding. Oh, yeah, that's wild. Chipotle R.E.V.O. Yeah. This year's R.E.V.O, outside of Virtua Fighter, I felt like for the first time, like I'm not going to continue watching the rest of the tournament because the first time I just don't really have interest in the other games. Like Tekken 8 Season 2 is so unbearable to watch that I'm like, I'm not really gonna watch that. And Street Fighter 6 is all right, but it doesn't really grab me so much. So, actually, what I've been watching a ton of lately is, of course, I've been watching the Virtua Fighter 5 qualifiers, which is funny because they're so small scale in terms of viewership that tuning into the qualifiers, there's so few of us in chat that we kind of gotten to know each other in chat. It's like, oh, hey, it's Mark. And I'm like, oh, hey, how's it going, man? It's like the same, like 50 to 30 guys in all the Virtua Fighter tournament chats talking to each other. It's really funny. Yeah, so I've been watching the Virtua Fighter qualifiers. And then also I've been watching a lot of Super Turbo tournaments, going back through Super Turbo. Oh, Marvel 2. Yeah, I don't really know Marvel 2. If I knew Marvel 2, and I'd probably watch that, but I have I've never played Marvel 2. I did play a good amount of X-Men versus Capcom. Do you guys remember that? So that's like the predecessor, I believe, to Marvel versus Capcom. I had a local cab of that growing up, and I thought it was like the coolest game ever. So I'm kind of familiar with that one, having played it a ton, but Marvel was never in my area. And so I never heard about Marvel until years and years later. So I don't really know much about Marvel. So when I watch shit, I'm like, people are tagging in and there's combos happening, but I don't know too much about that game. But yeah, I've been watching a bunch of Super Turbo lately. Then I was kind of wishing Super Turbo was at R.E.V.O. so I could give that a watch too, as like one of the classic picks. That's why I was saying earlier in the stream, I feel like R.E.V.O. right now, yes, it's very successful, but it's kind of boring. I wish there was a sort of like little classic lineup that they had every year that you could at least tune into, so you could watch like Third Strike and Virtua Fighter. They'd probably put Virtua Fighter in that lineup. And then Super Turbo, KOF, these types of games. That would be really cool. How's it going, Nervous Jay? The tournament just ended. It was really fun. Shame that we didn't get more best of fives, but that is
Time
the
to play
EVO way.
games. I read you.
Hey, thanks, Scarred Steel. Thanks very much. Thanks for the donations throughout the stream. You're really generous. 2D fighters coming and only one 3D on the horizon. Yep, I think 3D. The future of 3D is really connected to Virtua Fighter 6. Because basically...
Time to play games. I read you.
Oh, thanks very much, Retro Man. Because, I'll get to it in 1 second. Because with 3D fighters, the biggest one is clearly Tekken 8. And Tekken is, I really do think it's more trying to court the 2D audience and be a crossover game with Street Fighter than wanting to be something really distinct in a 3D category, because you'll notice that the crossover between Street Fighter to Tekken is a much larger crossover than the crossover from Tekken to Virtua Fighter. Like, Tekken players don't really touch Virtua Fighter that much. They don't really mess with it that much. And you'll notice, I'm noticing the ones that do tend to be like the Tekken fans like myself who prefer that older era of Tekken, kind of, Tekken 3, Tekken Tag 2, basically up till 7. 7, I was like, 7's all right. I don't hate 7, but basically from Tekken 3 to 6 and Tag 2 to some degree, that fan base will sometimes cross over with Virtua Fighter, but like a lot of the current Tekken guys, they could care less about Virtua Fighter. And in fact, a lot of them actively dislike it or like actively smack talk it. So I feel like Virtua Fighter, if VF6 is successful, then it would help stuff like Soul Calibur and stuff like DOA a lot more than Tekken would. Like, so I feel like the whole 3D paradigm of being really big budget viable releases, I think it is kind of attached to how Virtua Fighter 6 does to some degree. I bet especially Team Ninja with Dead or Alive, they're like watching VF like, is this gonna work? Because if it works, they'll, I'm sure, more likely bring DOA back. If it doesn't, they're like, eh. That's my prediction anyway. So yeah, 3D, I think it all is on Virtua Fighter's shoulders. VF6, it's kind of carrying the whole. And it has, you know, the Yakuza team working on it, so they have the budget, they have the visuals. It's going to be the best shot, I think. Thanks so much, Retroman. He asks, thoughts on Under Night and Melty Blood series, Kusuge or underrated? Well, Under Night, I started playing that a little bit a few years ago because my local scene decided they were going to play Under Night for a month. So I got it, and I started to play it a little bit. And then when I went back, they just switched off it. They're like, never mind. So my experience with Under Night is playing it for about a month and sort of trying to learn it. And it's hard to kind of pin down what that game feels like. Feels obviously a little bit like Guilty Gear, but also feels a little bit like KOF. But then it also has a lot of those like extended block string type of things, which I guess would be a Melty Blood type of aspect. So anyway, my experience with both Under Night and Melty Blood is pretty limited because every time my local scene decided they were going to play it, they played both games for about a month and then dropped off. And now I think my local scene is dead, so they don't even exist anymore. So I haven't really had a motivation to play either game. I do like the earlier era of Melty Blood, like Actress Again, in terms of like it's like a kind of homebrew kind of vibe, I guess, that kind of like scrappy homebrew type of thing. Like isn't the famous thing like Melty Blood players just playing the game and like bathroom stalls or wherever they can, like off to the side in the venues and stuff. I like that part of it. Seems kind of cool, like the scrappy nature of it. But in terms of its actual competitive meta and stuff, I really don't know too much about them. I know both of them seem to involve a whole lot of blocking, so that's not a huge point of attraction for me, but I also can't speak too eloquently about them because I haven't quite gotten into them and don't know them super well. But yeah, right now I'm actually finding myself a lot more attracted to kind of early Capcom stuff. That's the stuff that's really in the 2D realm. That's really pulling me in, like Super Turbo, or like, this isn't Capcom, but like KOF 2002, 98, maybe Darkstalkers. That looks pretty cool. Street Fighter Alpha 1 and 2. That's what's right now I'm really looking at in terms of the 2D stuff. Of course, the older stuff, especially after the Final Fight video, where Final Fight and Street Fighter 2 are so related to each other, and been playing Street Fighter 2 a lot. That's kind of right now the 2D game I'm really into right now is Super Turbo. Have I tried the old Fatal Fury games? The Real Bout ones are great. I did play Fatal Fury forever ago. I mean, forever ago. Before I was like good at fighting games or really play, as a casual, I played Fatal Fury a really long time ago, and I really liked it. But yeah, I don't know. I haven't played it since then. Same with Art of Fighting, by the way. Have you guys heard of Art of Fighting? Yeah, I might switch the stream to, I guess, Blaze Blue. That's kind of cool. So we'll leave Blaze Blue. Yeah, because that's cool. Get back here. Drop the chat here. Didino says, I think VF6 will definitely boost the series' popularity. I think so. I think R.E.V.O is awesome, and I love it, and I'm playing it. But R.E.V.O, the casual players will not play R.E.V.O. They won't do it. Even though it's got like all this cool stuff and all these cool features and stuff, they do want to see 6. That's what they want. So I think R.E.V.O is a great, if you're interested in VF, like play R.E.V.O now, because I think it's a great opportunity to get into the combat system, to get into the series and how it works, and so that when 6 drops, you're starting off on a good baseline understanding of what's happening. So I think R.E.V.O is a really good, and I think that's kind of how Sega's treating it. I think they're supporting R.E.V.O, but they're building R.E.V.O up to be kind of this basis for 6 to happen, right? So I think a lot of the netcode stuff, the replay system stuff, like all of the infrastructure that they're adding to R.E.V.O, I think is also going to be in 6. So they're like using R.E.V.O to build that game and like test it. And I think that's really smart. I think that's a really smart approach. And I said that all the way back with Ultimate Showdown when that came out. I said, okay, Ultimate Showdown is not VF6 in scale, but Sega can't go from nothing to 6 being awesome. That's just not realistic. What they have to do is they have to like build up towards it. And so that's what I think Ultimate Showdown was. And then we got R.E.V.O now. We've got the rollback netcode. So we know, okay, VF6 is going to have rollback netcode because it's in R.E.V.O. It's pretty much guaranteed it's going to have a replay system because it's in R.E.V.O. It's probably going to have a world tour type of mode because that's coming to R.E.V.O. I think all of these things that they're building into R.E.V.O, they're kind of testing and preparing to be in 6 so that when 6 drops, and I think this is a great idea because if 6 drops and it's a disaster, there's no recovery. Like 6 needs to drop, it needs to release in immaculate form. It needs to be so good when it comes out because it has to win a ton of people over. And with fighting game releases, you don't really get a second chance. You can release something really well and screw it up, like Tekken 8. You can do that. But you can't do the reverse, I don't think. It's really rare. Like something drops and it just is a mess, and then it like recovers super well. Street Fighter V never really fully recovered, I don't think. It never got to where it should have been because its launch was so awful. So anyway, with Virtua Fighter 6, yeah, it's the big moment for Virtua Fighter. Like that is going to be the moment. R.E.V.O's great. It's preparing the stage, but 6 is going to be make or break, I think. Nervous J, thanks so much for the donation. Nervous J asks, I need Konami to establish a fighting game division and resurrect Bloody Roar since they bought out Hudson's IPs. Yeah, I know. You know, it's funny. I was talking about this the other day with like Konami owning Hudson Soft and stuff. Don't they own Bomberman? Because the other day I was remembering how much I love Bomberman. Like it was one of my favorite series growing up, and I have a lot of personal feelings and nostalgia for it. And also, even outside of like Bomberman 64 and Bomberman on the Super Nintendo, I even got into it during the GameCube era. Like there's this Bomberman game on the GameCube that me and my brother played PvP all the time. I think it was Bomberman Generations. And the PvP mode of that was amazing. That's so underrated. Let me see if I can find it here. Hold on a sec. I think it's Bomberman Generations. I think that's the game. I'm just double checking. Yes, here it is. Okay, I'm just going to post this link in chat.
Time to play games. I read you.
Here it is. So, in case you guys are watching, this is just a YouTube video of Bomberman Generations. So yeah, back to your comment though, Nervous J. I feel like Konami isn't really doing much with these Hudson Soft stuff that they bought, right? They just kind of bought it and they're like, now we own this. Okay. Like there was some Bomberman game that came out a while ago, but I don't think they're really supporting. I mean, they have their own legacy IPs they're barely supporting, let alone the poor Hudson Soft stuff. Yeah. So poor Bloody Roar. I think poor Bloody Roar is trapped in the IP dungeon, unfortunately. And you know, if they do something with it, it's going to be something like really, oh, we'll just outsource, some studio has no idea what they're doing and we'll just sell that type of thing. It's really sad how a lot of these IPs, they kind of get zombified, where they're not technically dead because someone somewhere owns them, but then they just sort of like give the IP to someone who has no connection with the original games, who has no idea what to do. And they're like, all right, I guess I'll make a whatever, some follow-up or something. I don't think that's happened yet with Bomberman or these types of Hudson Soft stuff, but that does seem to be their ultimate fate, unfortunately, with a lot of these cases. Like Mr. Gimmick, they did a whoever owns Mr. Gimmick did a sequel to that, and that looked really lame. So, yeah, unfortunately, our friend Bloody Roar is probably in IP jail. But thanks so much, Nervous J. Retroman asks, any thoughts on 2XKO? Oh yeah. I'm familiar with this. So I remember 2XKO, like initial sort of discussion point years ago, right? It was supposed to be, wasn't there some, I confused the games, but there was some sort of fighting game by Seth Killian or someone like that, and it was like, it's not Rise of the Robots, it's like Rolling Thunder, something like that. I can't remember the name of it. Rolling Thunder is not it, because that's an arcade game, but there was some sort of game years and years ago that was supposed to be like basically Blade Strangers, kind of, I think, is kind of a sibling type of idea where it's like, all right, forget button inputs, forget command inputs, forget execution. It's going to be all like strategy, direct type of things. Oh, I'll turn on R.E.V.O for you guys and put it in the background a little bit.
Yeah, I really did like Monarch pushing in the corner there, but it ended up being a very costly risk-reward setup right there.
Nice 2C on that Fuko.
Okay. Forcing away. I hear something in the distance. There it is.
But yeah, so that was forever ago. And I remember hearing about that forever ago, and that Riot bought it or something, and Riot was going to make a game. And it's been ages and ages since then. And I think, from my understanding, this is all just hazy secondhand, off the top of my head stuff. But I think the original team working on that is like no longer even involved, or has like moved on. It's been so long. And so now it's like just kind of this weird project by Riot that seems, I don't know, it seems like a huge mess to me. Now it's not officially a huge mess because it's not out yet, but it's just like everything about it to me seems like kind of a mess. Like the name 2XKO, that is one of the worst names possible. Not only in terms of just like the way it sounds, but imagine the searchability of that, or like recommending the game to someone. It's like, oh yeah, you've played 2XKO. It's like, what, KO? No, 2XKO. It's a terrible name. Why didn't they give it like a real name? Yeah, I don't know. Of course, Riot has they're like the biggest game. They're huge, right? So maybe the marketing budget of the game is so powerful that having weird names and kind of like this weird identity can be overcome by pure marketing power. But every time I look at it, I'm like, this seems like a mess. Every time I see it, that's what I think. So maybe when it comes out, I'll be proven wrong. But every time I look at this thing, I'm like, I don't think this is gonna go well. I'm not getting good vibes from this thing. And I also don't know like who's supposed to be playing that game. Like who I'm guessing like League of Legends players, right? But I don't know. Like why would you? I don't know if it's like that natural of a crossover as a thing. I feel like that game should have come out years and years ago. It feels a little too late. Maybe that's just me, but it feels a little too late. Like the League of Legends audience, that sort of audience, they already are aware of fighting games now. They're already aware of like Street Fighter and stuff. And Street Fighter has so heavily already adapted itself to them with like modern control mode and like removing a lot of execution elements. Basically, the whole concept of that game initially, it seemed like novel at the time. Because I remember the initial concept, if I'm correct, was like kind of during the Tekken Tag 2 era, Street Fighter 4 era, where there was still like execution. People were plinking, people were practicing all their combos and stuff like that. Whereas now, combos, that's super easy. Supers, execution, that's super easy. You don't need to wire the select button to one of your face buttons to slink and plink and all that. So I feel like the whole concept of it is kind of Rising Thunder. That was it. Rolling Thunder is the arcade game. Rising Thunder. I feel like it's just a game's concept that's too late now. That now it's got to do, because if it came out years ago, it could have preempted Strive. It could have preempted Street Fighter 6. It could have preempted Tekken 8 and grabbed essentially their audience now. But now it comes out, it's like, yeah, so it turns out this game is kind of like all the other fighting games. But you know, it looks like a League of Legends or whatever. So I don't know. Maybe it could be a Smash success because of the budget and all that, but I don't know. I don't think it's super compelling or anything. I think the name's ridiculous. Thanks so much for the donation, Rufus. So Rufus says, sorry if I go off topic. What are your thoughts on achievements in video games? There's no topics. The tournament's over. We can talk about whatever you guys want. Sorry if I go off topic. What are your thoughts on achievements in video games? Do you think they could help the player better understand the gameplay mechanics of a game, or are they just a time waster? Rufus, this is so timely of a question because this is actually going to be part of my Ragebound review that I've been working on. So achievements are what I would call... Now, achievements are a little different than what I'm going to be talking about in Ragebound, but I think they do relate, which is basically the concept of like soft difficulty or opt-in difficulty, or as I call it, like self-serve difficulty, where there's games that have like solid hard difficulty, shmups obviously, but like classic NES Ninja Gaiden, right? Hard difficulty. Solid difficulty is basically difficulty that prevents you from advancing forward in the game. So the example I'm probably going to bring up in the Ragebound review are those bats in Ninja Gaiden. You remember the clips of AVGN? And he's like getting trolled by those bats, and he cannot get past them. There's not like a challenge, like meta element to this. There's not like a, well, if you really think about it type of thing. It's like solid hard difficulty. These bats are not letting you advance. You just have to deal with them. And if you don't, you will not proceed forward. You will not beat the game. So I call that like solid difficulty. Whereas with a lot of game design now, this is going to be in Ragebound, but achievements aren't exactly this, but they're kind of related. Is the difficulty, like that solid difficulty, isn't there as much anymore. Like the game are crazy lenient and fair. And so you can just stroll through them. You can just take a stroll through the game, no problem. And so then what the developers do is they create this sort of suggested difficulty of like ranks or stuff like that. And I'm going to try my best. This is off the top of my head, so I'm going to explain it better in the video. There's a distinctive difference between this and something like the style system of Devil May Cry, where, yes, style is a form of soft difficulty, but the difference is that style is constantly happening and is a constant feedback mechanism throughout all of the systems. Like, every time you hit something, Devil May Cry is like, are you comboing? Are you engaging in style? So the game is Beautiful Joe and stuff like that. Like, these types of games are constantly reminding you of this system and kind of shaming you for not doing it. Whereas achievements and kind of like these end stage ranks, they're not really that present. They're not really that... Ragebound takes it even further, where actually the highest rank isn't shown. So when you beat the game, it shows S rank, and you think, oh, S rank, that's the highest rank. That's actually not. The highest rank is like S double plus, but that's hidden. You have to like know how to unlock that rank, but it's hidden from you. And I think achievements are kind of similar, where basically, it's a whole complicated subject, but basically, achievements, when done at their best, is when it's like you already love the game and you want to find more things to do in the game. That's when I think achievements are at their best. So like, you've done everything and you really love the game and you're like, okay, give me something. Give me something I want to do. Make it crazy. So it's like you've already played the game, you already love the game, you've already essentially engaged with the whole core system of the game, and then you want some extra crazy stuff. I think that's when achievements really are their best and they shine the most. But what happens a lot now is a lot of achievements just try to sort of replace real difficulty, but they don't, right? So it's like you make a game that's really easy to beat, and then you put an achievement in there that's like, did you not die? And in a way, you're like, okay, so that's adding in some difficulty, but it's all self-imposed, and it's all just the only consequence is like this little thing appears on screen, versus something like NES Ninja Gaiden, where if you don't route and play well, a bat knocks you off the ledge and you die. So I think achievements, when done well, are really cool, and I really like them. I think it's a great system in itself. I do like achievements, but I don't like when they're sort of just thrown in as like replacements for real difficulty, as in like, yeah, okay, beat Dark Souls or whatever in 2 hours or something. I don't think Dark Souls has this kind of achievement, but that's cool. But it doesn't replace like systematic difficulty or like really hard difficulty. So I'm trying my best to make this clear. I'll definitely do a better job in the video itself. But basically, achievements are amazing, but they don't replace difficulty. They're like frosting, I guess. That's the best way to describe it. Like, if you make a cake and it's delicious and it's perfectly baked and all the ingredients are there and everything's balanced correctly, the cake by itself is good. And then you put that layer of frosting on the top, and it's just like, delicious. That's, I think, achievements. They're like this layer of frosting over a game that can really give it a lot of extra flavor when you're all done with it. But they can't replace the core ingredients of it. So, yeah, I hope I answered the question, Rufus. Thanks so much for the donation.
Waiting for Gravity Seed, dashes into it, but it's still
Scart Steel, thanks very much. 2XKO's moment was in 2018. VF6 moment is now. So true. I agree with that completely. Yeah, that seems about the right era, right? Like 2XKO would have made more sense to come out pre-Strive, basically. It had to beat Strive and FF6 to the punch. Then I think it would have had its opportunity to grab that audience. But now it feels like, yeah, it's just Street Fighter. It's just Strive. It doesn't look as good as Strive. I think Strive is its ultimate enemy, if you think about it. Like, it's kind of trying to grab the Strive audience, which is a distinct audience from, like, core Guilty Gear or, like, a lot of old-school fighting game players. It is its own distinct audience. That seems to be some types that would probably like League of Legends and stuff like that. But Strive just looks amazing, right? So you're like competing with Strive on its own at its own game here, versus VF6, where VF6, I do think it needs to look amazing, and I think it's gonna because the Yakuza guys are working on it. But at the same time, it's doing its own thing. That there's nothing that's gonna replace VF6 if it goes well, right? There's like this giant hole in the fighting game lineup now of like pure fundamental fighting game design that's just not around. There's nothing really there. So VF6 coming in at, yeah, it is. I agree completely. Like, this is the time for VF6. It's perfectly timed. It seems to have the right amount of polish and production. So I really think it could be something special, hopefully. So yeah, I agree completely. 2XKO feels like it missed its opportunity, if I were to say. I think it could be kind of popular, but I don't know if it's going to overtake. Basically, because 2XKO is such a big production, it would need to compete directly with Street Fighter 6, right? And Strive. Those are like its two biggest rivals. It's hard to know, though, because Riot do have an insane amount of marketing power, right? So maybe through pure marketing, they can just overtake all of fighting games. That's possible, I guess. But as a player myself, yeah, I don't find it really that particularly interesting.
Maintaining that spacing where Kishu Emma will just not be able to hit.
Okay.
Strive 2.0 just announced. Interesting.
Overhead block.
Okay. Gravity Seed here. Overdrives through.
The Gravity Seed.
Jurismar says, Dark Souls achievements are basically a grind fest, to be honest. And it is coming for someone who's platinumed Dark Souls 3. Yeah, that's the problem, right? I do think that is one of my biggest critiques of achievements, is I feel like developers aren't creative with them and aren't using them in a cool way. I think the system itself is a great idea. I think conceptually achievements are an amazing idea. It's just the way that they're practically done is very underbaked a lot of time. Yeah, exactly. Like for example, in Ragebound, a lot of the achievements are like collect the items and stuff like that. There's actually only 2 ranking achievements, which I've already gotten, which is get an S rank and get an S plus rank. And in the game's achievement system, that's all it requires. So there's not even like an achievement for S ranking all the stages or S double plussing all the stages. So yeah, the game's achievement system is more concerned with like grinding. Exactly. It's like, oh, find all the items, buy all the stuff in the shop. you know, like check off. It's I compare it to like going shopping with a grocery list, and you have to buy like all of these things that are kind of tedious. It's like, all right, go get the pickles, and then and you know, buy some salt, and then go to the honey, and then go, like, everything across the store is kind of far from each other, and you have to look through like Earl Grey tea. Where the hell is that? You know, which I find really tedious. I think that's the best way to describe a lot of these achievement systems. It's like, yeah, go, here's a shopping list. Go find the ingredients in the store. It's not hard, but it's definitely tedious. What is an example of a good achievement? Well, my favorite examples of achievements are ones that basically, how do I say it? They basically reinforce the soft difficulty of the game. So the best achievements are something like in Devil May Cry 3, what is it? S plus. I think there's S plus in Devil May Cry 3, right? S plus every stage, something like that. Something that you want the achievements to reinforce these soft incentives as much as possible. In terms of like performance combat stuff. So stuff like S rank all the stages, beat the game without dying, stuff like that. Stuff that's kind of related to mastery and performance versus stuff that's related to grinding or just time commitment, right? So some of the worst, it's easier to say like bad achievements versus good achievements. So like a bad achievement is like play the game for 100 hours. It's like, okay. Or like kill 100,000 enemies. But it's like a meta progression thing. It's not like kill 1,000 enemies in like a run or in like a specific situation. It's like, no, just play the game until you kill 100,000 enemies. It's like, why? That's just okay. So do I just grind that? You know, I think those are the worst examples of achievements. Achievements that just kind of measure consumption. They're like, leave the game running for 50 hours. Great job. You left the game running for 50 hours. You're a pro. I think the achievement should be related to performance in some way. And I like the way, and I think they could be a little bit meta, right? So I think a cool achievement would be something like beat Ninja Gaiden 2 in 4 hours from, you know, the start of the save file. So like when you start the save file, you've got 4 hours to finish the save file. Stuff like that. So it could be kind of a little bit more softer. That being said, the achievement doesn't actually replace the difficulty. So the game needs to actually have the difficulty, but it can be this sort of wrapper around to create these kind of interesting challenges and interesting ways to interact with the game that are performance-based. So I would say those are the best examples of achievements. And the worst examples of achievements are grinding, consumption, meta progression. Because those aren't based off of performance. Those are based off of how much free time you have. You know, it's like level up to, like in Souls, if it had like something like level up to max levels, you know, be level 99 or however far leveling up Souls is. It's like, okay, what for? What purpose? You don't need to do that to beat the game. It's not doing anything. I don't know if Souls has that achievement, but I'm saying these types of achievements. Things that just ask you to spend tons of time needlessly. So those I think are the worst achievements. The best achievements are performance based in some way. Oh, Mike Mortarhead made a great point. Chapter completion achievements are only interesting because you see the stats. That is so true, Mike. Actually, that's one of my favorite things about achievements, and one of my favorite aspects of achievements is they are legitimately incredibly useful sometimes for game critique. For example, in Ragebound, so far, only 2% of players have S plus ranked a single stage. Not all the stages, one stage. Only 2% of players have done that. And some of the stages are on hard mode. It doesn't differentiate between hard and easy, by the way, which I think is interesting. So easy mode, it's not that hard to do. Hard mode, some of the stages are insane, but then some stages, because it's not well balanced in the achievements, in the ranking sense, some of the stages are like crazy easy. So like the auto-scrolling stages, I S+ ranked the motorcycle stage on hard mode my second try, and then there's the flame stage. It took me an hour and a half to S+ rank that stage on hard because it was so much more developed. But I love, that's one of my favorite things about achievements. You can see this with Devil May Cry as well. Here, let me pull this up. Since I got you all here, let me pull up DMC on Steam here, and we can see the achievements for DMC 3 and see how many people. I think there's an achievement for S ranking all the stages. So let's see how many people have done that.
There's no shape like game shape, right? So just playing through the tournament, Yuri is, I feel like he's already back in tip-top shape.
Now the
achievements. I'm going into the achievements.
Amazing mobility.
Right.
It's hard to move
okay,
around when
let's
you
see
have
here.
a character that just actively places
We need DMC 3. DMC 3.
but
So many
it's
achievements.
not even gonna matter because Jay Anson already getting started.
Yeah, really using those awkward
Oh,
chain angles
I'm not
that
seeing the
block,
stats here.
force them
Oh, maybe you have to
overhead into
unlock
throw.
them to see the stats. Okay, so you have to unlock them
confirm
yourself
here.
to see the stats. So I need to S rank
Starting
every
with the
single
big
stage,
light
and
lead here.
I don't know if there is.
Reset
Let's
right
just see if
there.
there is an
Jay Anson's
achievement
known
for
that,
that.
right?
I
Yeah.
think
Ending
there
combos in
is.
semi-advantageous situations to make it hard.
Let me look.
For opponents to
DMC
get a really good read on
3.
what to do.
Oh, messes up the combo, but it's
Yeah.
okay.
Man, was it really a mess
Oh,
up?
I
It
think you
still
can see
seemed
them
like a-
globally.
looks like
Oh,
a
okay, we
draw.
can see them now. Here we go.
Looking
We
like
see them
Jay
globally.
Anson
Here we
is
go.
priority in most of
DMC
these
3.
situations.
Yeah, absolutely. Because, Hazama can attack at angles most characters can't, and just having that awareness of situation.
Reach the highest
to be able to
level
catch people
in
when they're
all
not
styles with
expecting it,
Dante.
Really one of Jay Anson's
I don't
advantageous
know what
moves there.
exactly
With
that
being said,
means.
Yuri getting started here, but allows
Beat
Jay
the
Anson to
game
travel,
on
but catches him.
very hard mode with any
Pretty
character
good.
is only 2%.
But yeah, goes for that reversal.
Keep
Switch sides
going.
even.
Where are you, DMC 3?
Now Yuri does have the access to the OD as well, but
Ooh.
it's
I feel like
command
there's an
grab.
achievement somewhere in
One
here
of the
about
things
like
Thomas
S
had, a
ranking all the
little bit of
stages.
everything, command throws, different mix-ups, very tricky, and a set of projectiles as well.
Oh,
Does
gets
not
hit by the
block
overhead.
that. Yeah, Jay
Where
Anson
are you?
forces that burst from Yuri. Comes
Stick
the
on the
staff.
screen.
Okay. Ooh.
Good
Uh,
tag.
I have this
6A,
achievement. Pass
potentially
666 levels in Bloody Palace.
It's
I
getting
think
pretty
I've
close to
beaten
doing it
Bloody
here.
Palace. Let me
Another
see.
5C6, he should do it. Oh, going for the air combo.
Yep. And in the corner, that was so much damage. I mean,
Yeah.
just one hit into Hotenjin is always at
Okay,
least like 4,000
so
damage.
Yeah.
DMC
During the
3
corner,
achieved
you do that
an S rank on
460.
any mission.
Yuri
Yeah, that's
with a-
easy.
an
That's only
odd play there, right? Kinda
11%,
did a block
though.
string straight into DP. Maybe they thought
I
it
feel
was
like
still
there was
combo,
one
but
for all of the
unfortunately with
stages,
that
but
Jay
maybe
Anson, a
not.
quick 1-0.
Let's see how this match plays out in this round start. Okay, a little bit more.
If these were a little
passive.
quicker organized, I could find it.
Ooh, tries for an air throw there.
I'm
Good
still
jump.
reading.
Nice.
Still reading.
It's everywhere, more
Yeah,
or less.
exactly.
Oh, the 5C starter goes
The
for
collection
overdrive.
has all of the
High damage
achievements all
starter.
mixed together.
Or
That's why it
spinning
takes a little
overdrive ground, that to
hard
extend that combo.
to find them all.
Exactly, and it's so much more damage actually tacked on rather than the number being shown because.
No, I don't think there is an achievement, at least on the HD collection. I'm not seeing it.
Oh, and he comboed off
I thought
that.
there was an
Like the
achievement
first
to
thing,
S rank
but
every
that
stage,
reset
but maybe
allows
there isn't.
Yuri to overdrive out. Okay,
Nice pickup.
can we stabilize? Very nice usage of that overdrive. But meaty goes for an overhead Jay Anson.
Oh,
Wow.
rolls.
Wow, he picks up off the roll as
Zack
well.
attack. Only 17% of players have finished Chapter 3. Exactly.
Oh, stops it.
Exactly.
Shibama got
You can
blocked.
search for them. Yeah, I don't think I was finding it because I guess there's not one that I was seeing.
Oh, 2A6A.
I'll be right back.
Not ready
Quick
for that.
bathroom break, and I'll be right back. And we'll talk a little bit more, and then we'll call it a day here, but a little bit more
It never
before I
really
go.
feels like it, does it?
All right, gets tagged by that JD.
Yeah, you have to always be aware of Hazama. He's always got the command throw as well. As soon as you start blocking, you're in danger.
I haven't seen that confirmed. Okay, going for
Ooh,
that.
and now for the regular throw. Jay Anson using all the options here. Another dominating performance for this round. Yuri has their burst back. Will they even get a chance to use it?
Yet again, one of those situations where.
Oh, tried to body involve that, but that was low. It has to burst out. Their last chance for Yuri here. Can he make something happen?
All right, 4 wins.
Jay Anson does run into it. Can they get their offense started? No,
Oh,
wait,
no.
oh no, the wrong way. And that's tough because Yuri, after the super, is going to go down if Jay Anson can finish his plate here.
Yep.
And just
And
like
the flash
that.
kick will take it for Jay Anson. Very quick, 2-0. But, you know, once again, good stuff from Yuri. Always a pleasure to see him in the top 8.
Yeah, had some moments there where they, started to get some momentum, but maybe that didn't came in maybe a little bit too relaxed and wasn't able to finish his plate a couple times there.
Exactly. But once again, Jay Anson, of course, well known for his Hasuma play. Always playing, always grinding.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it really shows right there, right? So many really difficult confirms that you're not really aware of. Attacking from angles that, like, now where you think, like, you would just hold the direction, the chain goes that way. No, it's not, actually. Those are, like, weird directions you have to press to make the chain go straight up, right? It's not normal.
Yeah, you have to do 2D to go straight vertical
Yeah.
up. And then even,
takes a lot of practice.
Yeah, even after that, he has the 3 follow-ups, right? So he can do the chain pull toward, he can do the quick 4DD, or he can just let 4D go all the way to the ground. Every angle that he pulls himself in will parabola him either straight to the chain or catapult him across the stream.
Right, absolutely. I mean, we barely even got to talk about it because honestly, he was just hitting every time.
Yeah.
Like, didn't really have to move around too much, right? So, really excellent play from Jay Anson. Honestly, it seemed like the way they were locked in, probably they were playing the whole night long, I think. just to stay warm, stay cool.
Exactly. I know that we are actually going to go to a quick replay presented by PlayStation Tournaments to see how that really played out. Like, right here, right? You see the flash kick. He's doing on the bottom right here, you can see how many chains he has. Every time that he uses a cancel, it will use one of that chain meter.
Yeah, and here we go. Here's that really excellent confirm there from that single hit overhead. Huge damage off this, right? And like Hazama's not really known for doing tons of damage, but Situation can do tons of damage, right? And here we are. That's that drop combo by Yuri, right, that ended up sealing the deal. Unfortunately, like, Lychee's a very high execution character. Takes a lot of timing to get used to that staff hitting on the way back, and so if you're not really fully prepared for that to work, that can happen to you, right? So,
exactly. It was a very strange confirm, so I don't really blame him for dropping it, but you have to be ready for those situations, especially in tournament.
Absolutely. That's just the difference between it, right? Jay Anson landed so many strange confirms on their part, right? Didn't drop a lot of those, or if they did, they're already more than ready to like kind of take advantage of the situation, right? So,
and that comes with the territory of just like playing a lot, right?
Absolutely.
Just recognizing, oh, this is my combo theory. I got this really weird hit. How can I really convert this?
Yeah, absolutely. It's like being inside of your character's skin, right? Is what I would say, right? Like feeling comfortable where you are, be able to move exactly the way that you need to. That's kind of like when you get to the really high level, they're like your character's like an extension of yourself.
Yes, exactly. I mean, it's the mastery of the characters for BlazBit, right? There's so many character specialists in this game now.
And that's absolutely true. And speaking of which, more character specialists are on the way, right? So looks like our next match is coming up to stage. Fenriddy, rushing over from the City of the Wolves stage to make his way to face Guyman.
Yep.
Hello, chat.
What's up, Guyman?
Now, after a brief conversation I had with Guyman.
The fun part about chatting with chat is I don't have to wear headphones.
But, at least something, right?
Since you all are text-based voices.
That is true. I believe Fenridge's win rate in arcade was maybe like 80%, 80-90%, yeah.
Yeah.
They often say that, he's a gym
we'll
player.
chat for a little bit longer, and then I'll
right?
call it a stream. Thanks for tuning in, everyone. I know Evo isn't like a super, not Evo, Virtua fighter. Well, Evo at this point, Evo isn't a super popular. It really isn't. It doesn't feel that way, at least among my audience. I think every year I ask, hey, is everyone interested in Evo? Oh, how's it going, Professor? Every year I ask, hey, is anyone interested in Evo? And everyone's like, no. I feel like that Evo luster has really diminished, unfortunately. It's not what it once was.
Yeah, and one of his trademark calling cards is that he's always got perfect damage with his overdrive combos.
Fatal Fury top 8 starting. Oh, that's cool.
If you happen to be in the situation, he's really good at
playing V hurts my hands. VF is go though. Exactly. That's why we're here, because I do love VF. So I wanted to watch the VF tournament, and it was really fun to talk to Chanchai. He knows all the players, and he knows like the game so well. So he was such a great resource, and I learned something really important today talking to him, which is great. So I'm going to keep that in mind next time I play VF, which should be soon. Look at Double Dragon. Yeah, I saw some ads for it. I was talking earlier about Yosef. I was talking earlier about Bomberman and sort of my sadness, because I loved Bomberman as a kid. And I even played it later, not even just early Bomberman. I played Bomberman on the SNES, I played Bomberman on the N64, and I played it on the GameCube with Bomberman Generations. I loved it for a really long time, and now I believe Konami owns Bomberman. And that kind of brought up the thought that I might make this actually a dedicated video, because I think it's such an important topic that a lot of these classic IPs that we love sort of exist in this zombie form where their original developers aren't really around anymore. Other companies own the IP. Someone else owns it. And so they're just looking at these classic franchises. And it's like, is this franchise a liability? And so earlier, Bloody Roar was brought up, right? Bloody Roar probably isn't that marketable of a franchise anymore. So Bloody Roar probably gets put in a drawer. It's like, put that in the drawer. Maybe someday we'll pull it out of the drawer, but what are we going to do with Bloody Roar? And then the ones that kind of have a legacy, like Double Dragon and stuff, they're like, well, can we do something with Double Dragon? And so they're like, all right, let's find someone to make a Double Dragon game. Who can do it for like the lowest cost or whatever, however they calculate this. But it's not like a true... Like, it's not truly Double Dragon, even though it's called Double Dragon. Like, just because you bought the IP doesn't mean that the game you make artistically, even if you try to sort of base the game off of, like, kind of the brand identity. And we'll notice that, I'll talk about this a little bit with Ragebound. I don't think Ragebound is as egregious of an example as many that we see, but there is kind of that, there's always kind of that disconnect, right? And it always makes me wonder. Yeah, hello. So Bomberman would still be considered like viable, right? So Bomberman continues, but like Bloody Roar probably doesn't, right? So it's like, but it all just comes back to sort of, well, how viable are they for marketing? Like, that kind of thing. So I was bringing up Bomberman because I was thinking, like, when was the last time Konami did something really cool with Bomberman? I know they did something like Bomberman plus R. I might have to check out what's going on with Bomberman. It's been a long time, but it just like kind of disappeared from the radar.
Time to play games.
So anyway, what was I talking about? Oh yeah. So, like Double Dragon, for example, you know, it's crazy because I think this is going to just keep happening over and over and over. And I don't know at what point it stops. I think it's literally until the IPs are exhausted of like potential, right? So there's like only so many times you can like take an IP and just sort of keep releasing it in this quality until it like runs out of juice. And I think the landscape right now, especially because there's not a lot of really strong IPs, is that the publishers are just going to do it. Especially because if you're like an indie developer... Oh, thanks very much, Rufus. I'll get to you in 1 second. Especially if you're an indie developer, establishing an IP is so hard these days. You got to really... It's like a undertaking. And so I feel like indie developers are looking for an opportunity to get themselves out there, right? And so there's this weird merger happening where indie developers are looking for an opportunity, and then these big publishers, they have these IPs laying around. They're like, what do we do with this? What do we do with that? I don't know. Throw it to someone. And so then you get these kind of mixed results where sometimes it's kind of cool. Like I thought Metal Slug Tactics worked because the developers there like had a great vision for how to make that work. So sometimes it kind of works. Sometimes it's a mess. So I don't know. We're going to continue to see this over and over and over. But it does make me realize that you don't see like as many fresh IPs developing. We have to like keep rehashing these older IPs that have been kind of abandoned. It's a very interesting phenomenon. Rufus, thanks very much. What do I think of the God of War games, specifically the PS2/PS3 era? So the God of War games fell victim to when I was a teenager. So they came out when I was a teenager. And when I was a teenager, I made a joke about this last stream, and someone was like, yeah, I still agree with Teenage Mark. But Teenage Mark had a very specific criteria when it came to action games. My criteria was is this Ninja Gaiden? Is this Resident Evil 4? Those were like the two like god tier games for me as a teenager. I still love them, obviously. They're still very important. But I was a little bit less open-minded during that era. So the PS2 era, when I looked at the God of War games, I looked at them and like, no. So I've actually never played them beyond, like, I think I played God of War State. I think it's the first one. God of War on the PS2. Stage 1. Stage 1 where you're on the boat. I played that first stage. I was like, all right, this isn't Ninja Gaiden. I didn't continue to play it after that. Or it's not Resident Evil. Those were just, I was very particular about action games back then. Very particular. So I never really gave them much of a chance. So I should go back and play them again and give them more of a chance, you know. So because I was a little closed-minded back then. So basically, I have not played the God of War games.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Pretty much ever. I've played one for about 5 or 10 minutes or something, and then was like, eh, whatever. So,
yes, exactly.
yeah, I haven't played them. That's actually what prevented me from playing a lot of stuff during the PS3 era, especially. The PS3 era, I had to return back to later on. Like, for example, when MGR came out, I didn't play MGR when it came out, because I wasn't active during the PS3 era. I kind of skipped that era. I was just doing other stuff. So I came to MGR later. I had to come back to it. You know, and you see me review it on the channel like years later, coming back to it. So there's a lot of games like in that PS3 era. There's a lot of stuff that I just didn't play, that I either came back to or didn't. Especially because when I came back to gaming through fighting games and through arcade stuff, right? So the more kind of like general action game stuff, I've played them very heavily through the PS2 era. So Resident Evil 4, all of that stuff. But it was like, I remember specifically when Resident Evil 5 came out. I didn't play it, especially because I heard it was like a co-op game. I'm like, I'm not playing a co-op game. So I never played 5. I, of course, have a review of 5 now. I love it, but I had to come back to it. So PS2, God of War is in that category where I kind of skipped it and I haven't returned to it. So it would be interesting to return to it and see what I think, but I haven't really played it.
Anyone who's ever slighted us, we're going to slash through your gullets, just like we did to all who came before you.
Am I going to review M2 Operation Night Striker? You bet I am. Absolutely. My yearly M2 review? Yes. I think they skipped last year too, didn't they? Because DOJ wasn't last year, was it? Oh my god, time. I'm running out of... Yeah, exactly. Mule says, PS2 era is hard to top for action games. Exactly. Yeah, that era was so strong in them. Absolutely. But Hello There says, Naughty Dog fucked up the industry during the PS3 era. First with Uncharted, then Last of Us. That's very true. I remember that was another thing where my friend during the PS3 era, he was telling me, he was just a kind of a casual gamer. He was telling me that The Last of Us was the greatest game ever made. It was like the pinnacle of gaming. And so I played The Last of Us and I was like, I just don't know if I like gaming anymore. That was back then. I wasn't too critically minded or anything. I just played it. I'm like, I don't think I like gaming anymore. I'm like, if this is gaming, I don't know if I like it anymore. I'll just stick to my PS2. So yeah, I definitely see that. And you can see that game has been so influential. I mean, it's in Resident Evil 4. Resident Evil 4 Remake. Resident Evil 4 Remake. You can tell so much Last of Us DNA is in there.
Still more losers matches to come.
Exactly, and we have a great...
Yeah, Last of Us is a movie game. Yeah, well, that's what my friend was saying. And what's funny is, like, these, especially with, you know, the Electric Underground, you know, it's much more critical to compare games to movies, especially for me personally. But I remember during that era specifically, it was considered like the achievement of game design. It's like, we did it, nailed it. We have turned games into movies. medium completed. You know, that was my friend's attitude anyway. That's what he thought, like that the ultimate destiny for games was to become a movie. And Last of Us got close to that in his mind, so he's like, boom, complete, nailed it, gaming done. So yeah, that's why I said back then I was like, I don't know if I'm into gaming that much anymore. And I played my PS2 constantly. Yeah, got it. I really stuck with classic games. That's what's funny is we all have sort of this, at least a lot of people I know, they have that sort of period. This is, I think, a little bit more of a millennial thing than younger gamers. But as millennial especially, there's always that like blank spot period in gaming. And a lot of it, I've noticed, is during the PS3 era, where a lot of millennials were like, all right, you know, we're at the age now, we're going to do other things. Games are kind of becoming, they feel like a little lame, little like overly movie based and stuff like that. And so yeah, that I think that period was kind of a dark point for a lot of for games, I think, for game design. At least for me personally, obviously.
8K damage starter right there.
Yeah, it's one of the strongest starters you have as an overhead, just because it's so delayed, right? It's like, oh, hi, got you. Okay.
All right, was blocking it out.
Ooh, tried to fire back, but did not have the frame to that.
Yep,
oh,
there
threw
it is.
that, yeah.
He then spent the next few decades developing theories and algorithms for how to integrate games and narrative.
The 3C there, yeah. But gets another hit.
But unfortunately, they have yet to be really taken.
Yeah, frankly,
yeah, high peaks, low valleys. That's so true, Multi. Yeah, the PS3 era, of course, there's lots of cool stuff during that era. You just got to go hunt it down. You got to go find it.
Yeah, the ability to kind of
But it's definitely in there. I mean, there's lots of... MGR's pretty cool. I'm trying to think of what other great PS3 games there are. Of course, there's the 360 with all the cave stuff. But we're not going to count that. Just like on the PS3, what is a great PS3 game that you just have to come back to? I'm sure it's really obvious. It's not occurring to me. But it feels like it's a little lighter on those than definitely the PS2. Oh yeah, Dark Souls. Yeah, so you got the Souls stuff. Yeah, like I said, it's obvious, right? It'd be like Souls, something like that.
Okay. Blocking from Monarch.
Bayonetta. Oh yeah, Bayonetta was on PS3. That's right. DMC4. Yeah, DMC4. Chris Crawford. Look him up. His biography on Wikipedia makes for good reading. Okay, yeah, I'll give him a read. That's interesting. Hello, it'll be interesting. Vanquish. Yes, Vanquish. That's a good one. Armored Core. There you go. Yeah, Armored Core is really cool. I like Armored Core. So, yeah, and that was a PS3 phenomenon. So there you go. Yeah, they're there. You just have to find them, basically. The rise of FromSoft is a kind of a PS3 era thing, right? I mean, they had Kingsfield and stuff during PS2, and they had some PS1 stuff, but like their kind of rise to prominence was during PS3. Yeah, early Platinum, definitely early Platinum. All the good Platinum stuff is during that era, pretty much.
Man, that was good.
That was slick, yeah.
All right, yeah, you're the GOAT. Okay, I get it.
You know, that's the thing. Like a lot of
I know AC. Yeah, I played a ton of AC for the the Armored Core 6 review. I ended up and it was funny because my Armored Core 6 review's fairly critical. I didn't hate it or anything, but I also feel like I was probably the only person or one of the few people who went back and played earlier Armored Core for that review. Where I was like, let's see how older Armored Core reacts to Armored Core 6. And I played all the older Armored Core games. I was like, these are way better. These are way cooler. So yeah, I do like early Armored Core stuff. It's very different, but you could see like there's a lot of cool stuff in there. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Mule. I do think AC6 is a downgrade because I went back and played the older ones with fresh set of eyes. I was like, these games are awesome. These games are crazy. I really like them. I need to play more Armored Core 4. I played a ton of 5, and I thought 5 was cool. But I do need to play more 4, for sure. And they are on the PS3, so there you go. They are kind of stuck. Yeah, exactly, Benjamin. AC6, they just, I think, didn't really... I think AC6 is kind of like... we don't want to lean. We don't want it to be too armored core, basically, because no one will play it if it's too armored core. We gotta make it a little bit more mainstream.
Pretty good damage. It's going to have the gravity seat set up as well.
Okay.
Oh, that's cool. Aurelius says there's a pretty cool video that was made where a lot of veterans of AC gave their critiques and impressions on AC6. That's cool, Aurelius. If you want to link that, go ahead. I don't know if YouTube will let you, but if you can link that in the chat, go ahead, because that sounds cool. I'd love to hear. I'd love to hear what the old Armor Core fans have to say, because that's a series that I think's really interesting, but I'm very new to. I don't know very much about it.
Yeah, gotta do it.
Nice.
But I did remember I had to break out the Xbox 360 to play Armor Core 5.
It's gonna be really tough to get through this. Can Monarch find a way?
A YouTube channel, great name. A YouTube channel asks, "Yo, Mark, you ever play R-Type Final 3? I didn't know there was a Final 3. I know there's a Final 2, but aren't they all just like DLC? Let's take a look. Because I remember with R-Type Final 2, wasn't it like DLC? Let's take a look. I'm gonna look in the Steam store.
Good stuff.
Yeah, that blocking and overhead does tag Monarch, and then it's a 1-1.
Very back and forth for both of these players right now.
Yeah. Is it?
Like, are we gonna see
Okay, here's 2 R-Type Final 2.
Yeah.
Oh no. Okay, now I'm getting. All right, we're back on track. R-Type Final 1. That's the actual one that was on the PlayStation or 2, PlayStation 2, right? I played that for the review. R-Type Final 2, that was the one that came out. That's the new one that I criticized, that had like the boss. That's just like this pendulum that sits in the corner. And like the levels were just terrible. Yeah, okay. So that was 2. So there's a 3. And that one is DLC or something? Isn't it? You all can explain this to me. Like, it's something like that. Yeah, it's because I'm looking on Steam and I don't see it because I think it's like a DLC or something. Hello says, just looked at your video and it says, so now Mecha is cool. Was it ever not cool? Yeah, I think so. If I remember correctly, if I could be wrong here, but if I remember correctly, mech games used to be fairly criticized, wasn't it? Like, wasn't it kind of a diss to like mainstream reviewers to compare games to mech games, and they didn't really like them? This could be. This is an earlier video of mine, so some of the things I could like explained a little more clearly. But yeah, I believe there was some sort of. I remember there was some sort of like mech games were not considered cool. They were like, oh, you're slow and that's not cool. I remember that being kind of a thing. But like if I made that video now, I'd probably like track down specifically what I'm referencing. But yeah, I remember that being kind of an era. And I believe with Armor Core 6, they did sort of make it less like that, you know, less commitment, less mechy. Yeah, that's right. That's what it is. A-Rad Lad. Now I'm remembering. Yes, because I think I bring it up in the review. Now that I remember. Yes, I think I do bring it up in the review that I show the critical responses to Armored Core, and they're like, this is lame. I remember that at some point, reading some of that, but I think I do point it out in the review. But now with the magic of... No, it was Metal Wolf Chaos, too. They were critical... I think I bring that up in the video. Metal Wolf Chaos, which is a FromSoft mech game, right? Didn't that get poor reviews? Metal Wolf Chaos. IGN. I think I bring this up in the video. See, my own videos now. Yeah, 5.5 out of 10. Yeah, so yeah, that's what I'm referring to. I remember now. I probably would have made the tag of the video maybe a little more clear. You know, I was still learning some of these things a while back. Like, how do you make the tags kind of clear what I'm referring to? Because I'm referring to something. So I probably would have clarified that tag a little bit more, made it more clear. But that's what I'm referring to. Is that yeah, a lot of these mech games were not being well liked
Yeah, I mean, he's
for a
playing
while.
incredible, honestly. Like, his offense is really, really impeccable. He's properly mixed up all of his options really well. Even though it's like minute adjustments, right? That delayed air dash.
Yeah,
or,
exactly.
like, even,
Eternal
like,
Solitude says,
faster air
mecha
dash
games
too,
and
right? Making
vehicular
the
combat
timing as
games,
difficult as
normies
possible
are
at all
expecting them to
times.
play like a
Even
third-person
with the
shooter
defense like
or
Monarchs,
melee
it becomes
action
harder and
and
harder as the match
got
goes.
mad about it, got
Exactly,
butthurt about
but,
it. Exactly.
You know,
Yeah, I remember that.
the
That's
biggest
what I'm
thing for
referring
me
to.
is how well that
August asks,
the
beat 'em up
talent
recommendations
really
video next.
like
Okay,
the
so
game.
right
Using
now
the
is
Monarch
insane
every
because
single time
all
for
of the
that,
games
teleport.
decided to
We'll see
come
how some
out
of those
all
numbers
at
played
once.
out with this replay
It's
from
insane.
PlayStation tournament.
We've got so Ragebound is the next
So
video.
we're
I've been
starting
working
with
on
that,
that. So
Max
Ragebound's
Monarch,
next.
right? Or, I
And
guess,
then
like pseudo mirror match,
probably
yeah, the
Spike
pseudo
out
mirror.
after that.
That overhead
Probably.
from Division delayed
But then
air dash was
Eartheon
for the
came
very
out.
first time caught
And
Monarch
then
off guard, and it's one of the biggest starters 'cause the
I
division's
was
so
thinking
slow.
about covering Fallen Feathers,
Here's another
but
game.
now there's all this
Monarch
other
can come back
stuff, so
to
I
it,
might
and
get to that
Zelda's
later.
showing off
But
that,
then it's like,
you know,
do
they've got good
people
options too.
care
Well,
enough
baited up
about
with Super, but
Fallen
making that
Feathers
pressure.
that
Every
literally
single
in
time
1
that
month
Super came out, it was
will
really,
people
really
care?
hard to punish because
I think that's a legitimate
it's a different type
question.
of Super, right?
So
You have to
that may
move
not
on
happen now because I feel like,
for
okay,
these
definitely
Super
Ragebound.
Covers.
I've been working on that
Here's
all
another
week.
pressure streak
All
from
week
that.
I've been
That
working
was
on
a
that. So
really,
that's the
like,
next one for
clutch
sure.
confirm
And
right
then
there, using
probably
that roll
Spike
to
out
punish that
after
roll into
that.
Super, 'cause, you know,
And then
Super's
after
coming
that,
in, right? I just have to make sure they don't roll, but
I don't
it's a
know.
bonus if they
It
do
could be
roll.
Eartheon. It
But
could be something
it's a
else.
really close round again.
So yeah,
Monarch
just
was the only
the
way
videos
that Monarch could really reach in that
are just
scenario was using 4D.
yep,
That
Spike
was
outs
the
after
only,
Ragebound.
normal that
Probably.
Lambda has that
Most
reaches in that
likely.
situation.
I can
there's
only
that-
see
there's
one
that
video in
position right
advance,
there, right?
truly.
Monarch had a tough way up there, you know, that's
Greatest
so
Collection
much
out
they've had to
next
maintain there the whole
week.
time, but, you know, just
Holy
really tough option to deal
balls.
with, knowing that the
Yeah,
next step is
so
coming right
I've been
after
waiting
that,
for
right?
Greatest
So it
Collection
looks like we're gonna have Guyman
all
versus
year.
Jay Anson.
So
I
next
got
video
the
might be
Guyman.
Greatest
Guyman
Collection.
did
When the
not
hell does Greatest
want to
Collection
play
come
against
out?
Jay Anson. He's
This
like,
is what I'm
"Man,
saying.
this
Right
guy
now
is
is insane because everyone decided to
Yeah,
release
he
their
was
games
literally
all
more
together.
worried about Jay
So I
Anson
spent,
than Rich,
you
but,
spend like
that being said,
months,
they, you know, are in
like,
losses and they still got a chance
all
to
right,
make
I
it
gotta
out,
find
so.
stuff to talk about, games to review, and then
So, you know, also Hazama,
August,
same
the end of
matchup.
July, it's like
I would
let's just
definitely
release
say
all
that
the
Hazama
games.
has,
So now I've got to
edge
like
as
try
a
to
neutral.
keep up with them
Yeah, I
all.
would say so as well.
But
Especially
yeah,
when the Jay
let's
Anson's
see
still
here.
playing, right?
'Cause
So
Greatest
that's
Collection's a
cool,
big one.
you know,
That one I
change
definitely want to
direction,
cover. I've been
like, really good at
waiting
reading
all
moves.
year
You know,
to talk
Guyman
about
does
Greatest
not
Collection.
like to chase
All year long, waiting for it. I keep looking up like, when's this coming out?
Yeah,
When's this coming out?
More rather scrap it out instead, right?
So let's see the release date.
But you know, Guyman wasn't really
What?
able to show
IGN
too much
has already
last time,
reviewed
but,
it?
had a couple like confirms that just
Or is this?
didn't
No,
come
this
out
from
when the time
2006.
came, you know?
So it's not
But it can
Greatest
get really
Collection.
hard,
It's called
especially in
Greatest
situations like
Origins.
this. It's a very
No, I think
high
that's it.
pressure
Greatest
situation.
Origins.
I mean, when you're playing
You
at
guys
this
will probably
top
just tell me
eight,
what the release date is now.
without, like,
There it
too
is.
much
Greatest
warm-up, you know,
Origins.
getting those,
I think this is an
combos is,
M2.
little scary,
Yes,
right?
this is
Yeah,
an
it feels
M2.
different. You hear like the booming voice of the announcer. It's like, I don't think that was a great option. You know,
Thank
that
God
can
for
definitely,
M2 here.
that can
August
definitely
7th.
put some mental stack on you, even if you don't intend
Yep.
it to, right?
Yeah, when
All right.
when you have two commentators that are like your boys just telling you, hey,
You're
do
well
great,
equipped. Battlesit
or,
mode says
"Man,
you're well equipped to
That
tackle
wasn't
those
bad, right?
games now after the final fight analysis.
Okay,
Yeah,
but
exactly.
It's all good fun. So we are gonna go with Naoto versus
Just
Hazama.
everything's coming out all at once. So
I'm wondering
it would
what options,
Ragebound's
Guyman
next
is
because
gonna
I actually been
try
working
to
on that,
represent.
and then after that,
You know, Phantom Pain
probably
goes
Greatest
fast a lot
Collection
right
since
now.
that's
Yeah,
coming out.
swaying makes
And then
things really
after
complicated,
Greatest
right?
Collection,
Sway as Naoto,
most
kind of
because it's
get
a
off the
Patreon
ground,
review, so
otherwise,
Spike
you know,
out is
they
very
can't,
likely.
right?
So
they
those
try
are
to represent
very
the
likely the
TP
next
as
3
well, it's
videos.
very huge vertically, so that's always good.
But it's always hard for me to
Maybe
tell
also an option that
besides
Guyman
the
has
week in
too.
advance. But yeah,
Jay Anson,
but the
very
Greatest
keen
Collection,
in
I've been
there. I'm
sitting
wondering
wanting
if
to
he's
talk
gonna
about
try
Greatest
to,
all year long. I'm
bait
super
along
excited
the
for it.
players.
I'm super
Now,
excited
probably one of the better
about
players
the
in
collection,
game.
and then also to talk about
Powerful,
Greatest
has
because
the box, but it is slow.
Greatest rules. So
Oh, but that's right,
yeah,
Jackie, though.
so
Huge
next
hitbox.
it's going to be
Yeah,
Ragebound,
wow,
Greatest
Jay Anson early
Collection.
burst.
Yep.
I think those are
Has
pretty
no
locked
chains
in.
available.
Ninja Gaiden
Missed the dash
or is that at the end of the year? Has that been announced? I'm definitely going to cover that whenever that comes out. Absolutely. I mean, that's a guarantee.
Gets another one though.
Real quick, how do you feel about Ragebound in one word? Neutral. That's the word. 9J. It's a rare sort of neutral feeling review where I've got plenty of critiques of it. Plenty of things, like plenty of things. I'm like, this isn't quite working. But I can tell that the developers are like trying. So it's like, it's more of a matter of like execution more so than connect USB cable. Oh, that's on the stream. Someone's Someone's controller's gonna die. But neutral would be the word to describe my feelings on Ragebound. A rare neutral review for me, where I don't hate it or anything, but I don't love it either. It's kind of like, you know, it's all right. So that's kind of, so there's certain things that I'm definitely going to critique, definitely. But I feel like it's more of an issue with like balance than it is, like the spirit is there. Like some of the ideas, it's like, okay, I see what you're going for here. But there's some balance problems, certainly. And difficulty problems, certainly. So I feel like it's kind of a rare neutral review for me, where I don't love it, I don't hate it. So you all, but I will try to be very accurate about some of the things I'm viewing in the game. And I always get the feeling, with, like Ragebound is going to be a case where I'm going to talk about like, we're going to have a lot of games like Ragebound coming in the future because it is intentionally trying to be extremely fair. Like it is, the tag's going to be like compulsively fair. The game, it lays in bed at night worrying about any instance of unfairness. So the game is very, very fair. But then in that process, what are you losing? In that process, if you make the game really forgiving, what do you lose? And so I'm going to be talking about those things. So the best one word to describe it is neutral.
Guyman's also like, he had quite a few drops as well, though. I think they're both feeling it. I mean,
Ratan says the game comes together a lot more in hard mode. It's definitely better in hard mode. I've played this game so much. I've beaten hard mode multiple times. I did rankings. Like, yeah, we'll get into all that stuff. One thing you'll notice, Ratan, as you play hard mode, is you'll notice that the first stage of hard mode, like the fire stage, is so like well developed and like so detailed, and they went in and like rebalanced the entire stage. And then as the game goes on, you could tell, because the game is enormous. I'm gonna talk about this too. The problem with like giant games is because the game is so big, you know that they kind of are like, we can't remake all these stages. Are you insane? And so it gets like very ROM hacky, where they'll just put like a line of spikes in the floor that don't really do anything, but you're like, so this is, you're at a difficulty, okay? You put it's like when you play a ROM hack in Super Metroid and they like put spikes on the walls and like, spikes everywhere. That's hard mode. The early ones, they definitely rebalanced them. They like changed the boss encounters a little bit, but then as the hard mode goes on, you can tell they ran out of time or ran out of energy, or they figured you would like, most players would burn out early on and wouldn't keep going. And so the game like becomes more and more just like, just throw in some extra enemies and make the bosses slightly more aggressive. There you go. So even within the hard mode itself, you can see some of these problems happening. So yeah, I'm going to be talking about all that. But putting spikes all over the place is the best level design. Well, it is in some ways, but it's also, if the game doesn't have limitations, are the spikes meaningful? That's the question. Like if the spikes are there, but they're not really adding that much challenge, you need something a little bit more robust. That's why I said it's like a ROM hack, because the thing about a lot of ROM hacks with difficulty is a lot of ROM hacks, they don't go in and like rebalance the stage in a fundamental way. They don't go in and like, all right, we're gonna change the enemy. Think of it like a shmup, right? Like shmups, they're hard modes like Mushi Masama Ultra. It's not just they take Maniac and then they add spikes. Like they could do that. Imagine Mushi Maniac, but they had like spikes to the walls or something. Like they could do that, and that would make it harder, but it wouldn't make it Ultra. Like Ultra, they've rebalanced everything. They've gone in and remade the game fundamentally to make that challenge better and more holistic, whereas just throwing spikes on a game that's normal, that's not enough, as I'll point out in the video. Like it's not quite there. So spikes help, but they're not exactly a one-size-fits-all answer. Mugen balance patch energy, yeah. Well, I think what happened, Hayek, I'm talking about this in review, is I think what happened is they built the game for normal mode, and because the game is so concerned about being fair, the entire game's level design reflects that. So the overall game is actually very chill and tame, because the normal mode is very chill and tame. And so I do appreciate the effort of like, okay, we're gonna make a hard mode, and we're gonna like try to make this harder. But the canvas that they're working off is already kind of forgiving and easy. And so what they have to do is they just have to like graft things onto the top of it. And it works, but I call this like brute force design. This is why I'm comparing it to like ROM hacks, because ROM hacks are like this as well. Like you take Super Mario Bros. And well, nowadays ROM hacks are so extensive, but think of like early ROM hacks where they just take Mario Bros. It's like, all right, well, how do we can't really change that much. We don't have the ability to like remake the levels and stuff. So let's just like throw in some spikes and stuff. So it's kind of like that. It's like it's adding difficulty, but it's not quite a holistic shift. So yeah, I'll talk about that in the review.
Yeah, it's just really hard because, you know, you hit at variable ranges all the time, and that's what does
Ragebound is such a bad subtitle. Ragebound's kind of a funny subtitle. I don't dislike it. I've heard worse ones. But it is a little bit misleading, right? It is kind of ironic. I think that's the way I describe it, Steel, where the game itself is like super chill and forgiving. And so the name Rage being in the game is kind of funny, because there's nothing rage-inducing about it at all. Like, Ragebound is a very, very chill game. I think it kind of plays like a linear Metroidvania, if that makes sense, where it's kind of designed in that way too. Where, yes, it's linear, but it's still, like, kind of stretched out and has that sort of, like, some of the stages are 8 minutes long on the time requirements. So, like, if you're sprinting, the game is some of the stages are like 8 minutes long. They're just really long, stretched out. The game itself, if you're hauling your butt through it, is like, I mean, obviously, if you're a speedrunner and you're just the master of this, it's probably lower. But even if you're just cruising through the game, it's like 2.5 hours or something. It's a long game. So, yeah, it doesn't quite feel like you're playing a brutal, fast Ninja Gaiden NES game at all. But yeah, I'll expand on that more in the review. But I don't dislike it, but I'm not in love with it, I guess. Kind of neutral is the best word, I think. Thanks very much, Battle Mode. He says, Mark, check out modern games made for retro consoles. Oh, that's such a good point. Most have modern design and weird contrast between that and the classic games it's starting. That is so true. When you play modern retro, it is very funny how you see that contrast, right? Yeah, something like... Now, I don't think Shovel Knight was made for retro consoles, but you will see that a lot, like these sort of modern retro approaches. They're so much more tame and so much more, I guess, fair is the term. But at the same time, they definitely lose a lot. And versus something like Ghosts and Goblins Resurrection. I think Ghosts and Goblins Resurrection is like a perfect counterpoint to a lot of this, because Ghosts and Goblins Resurrection is a new game, but it has the classic design sensibilities, and and look at the reaction to that. People are like, "What the hell? What is this?" You get GameSpot gave it like a 4 out of 10, and what did IGN give? I think IGN was kinder to Ghosts and Goblins Resurrection, but it's such a good counterpoint, right, to modern retro. It's like the anti-modern retro game, because it's actually a different. It's not a retro game art style wise or anything, but it actually retains the limitations and hard difficulty, solid difficulty of classic design. Let's see, Ghosts and Goblins Resurrection. Yeah, I got an 8 out of 10 by IGN, so they did it. They weren't too mad at it. I remember, though, GameSpot gave it a 4. And I think there was some sort of article, too, about, like, how bad it is by one of these, too. So it had a lot more of a contentious release than something like Ragebound. But yeah, thanks so much, Battle Mode. You're exactly right. Benjamin asks, Mark, or Electric Underground, have you tried the new Shinobi game demo? In case you have, what do you think about it in comparison to Ragebound? So I don't play demos anymore for games unless it's like a very specific situation. Like it has to be a game that I'm really invested in. So if there was a demo for VF6, I'd probably play that. But for the most part, I don't really play demos too much because what happens is I start to form critical ideas about the game, but then it's all like sort of wish-washy because things can change between the demo and the final release. And I don't want to... It gets complicated for me creatively sometimes. So I try not to... I usually don't play demos unless there's a really specific situation for it. But when Shinobi comes out, I will review it, and I will compare it to Ragebound, because they are sort of sibling games, even if they're not necessarily that related gameplay-wise. They are sibling games in the sense that they're kind of the same story expressed two different ways, right? We're both reviving these classic IPs that are kind of peers to each other, and we're both having Western developers do the revivals, and we'll see the interpretations of them. Which one works better? Which one is more... I don't think... The funny thing is it doesn't look like either of them is like that specific to the core game itself, you know? It doesn't look like the new Shinobi game is... Whoa, that's straight up Shinobi, right? It's doing other things. Ragebound's the exact same way. Like, Ragebound is not an NES Ninja Gaiden game, and I know it's not trying to be, and we'll talk about that in the review. But so yeah, I will compare them. But Ragebound has all these other things I want to talk about, even outside of the comparison to Shinobi. So they'll probably each get their own video. So Ragebound will have its own video, and then Shinobi will have its own video. And I'll definitely, in the Shinobi video, compare it to Ragebound and talk about it. There's no doubt about it. But yeah, I'm going to just wait for the full release, because I think the full release is right around the corner, right? Let's take a little looky-doo. Because sometimes demos won't contain things that are important or make things different or whatever. So I usually tend to avoid them these days. Unless I'm specifically trying to find something. Or I'm like really invested. Shinobi Origins. Let's take a little look. Origins Hello says, Origins is the most overused title in the history of titles. It is, right? It's like very... it's very generic. Ooh, N. Kelly says, a little birdie told me that VF news coming after Fatal Fury Top 8 and before Tekken 8. I think that's where it would happen, right? Oh, the Art of Vengeance? Is Origins something else? Hold on, let's take a little look here.
I've never quite nailed it down. I want to do a video about like what is
Shinobi Origins.
There was a moment in Tekken 8,
a thrilling action game based on the hit original anime. Oh, it's a different game. Sorry, hold on. Shinobi Origins, that's hilarious, is a different game. So what's this one called? Shinobi... What? That's really funny. So it's a different game. Shinobi Art of Vengeance. Okay. Art of Vengeance. Shinobi Origins is a different game. That's really funny. Shinobi Art of Vengeance. Title either. I think Ragebound's better than Art of Vengeance because it's at least like, you know, rolls off the tongue a little bit. August 28th. Okay, so at the end of this month. So I'll Rise of the Robots. Yeah. So I'll check that out when it comes out for sure.
で昔のゲームって結構なんですかね、A パと言いますか、相手をワンタッチでそのまま倒しきるみたいなのがすごいあったゲームなので、それで不良たちを倒すと調子乗んなよみたいな感じで絡まれて椅子が飛んできたり灰皿飛んできたりはありましたね。
What's BF? What's BF?
先ほど言った小学5年生の時に初めてゲームセンターに行ったんですけど、その時に
Do I like Blaze Blue? I liked it when I played it a little bit. I do own all of it, but I haven't played it too extensively. Shinobi Arcade seems like it would be a tough one CC. Yeah, Shinobi seems really fun. The classic Shinobi games. Oh, okay. So Arcade Gaming says Ragebound is a clever title since the two main characters from opposing clans are forcibly bound together. Oh, so that's where the title comes from. I think just in terms of like the sound of it, it kind of works, right? The only thing about it that's kind of funny is that the game itself is like really easy and chill. So the fact that Rage is in the name is kind of funny. But yeah, the title, it's catchy. I think that's what's important, like Ragebound. And it's like distinctive and catchy, so it's pretty good. Whereas the Art of Vengeance isn't quite as catchy.
ショッキングな出来事ですごい鮮明に覚えてますね。それが一番最初の
90s arcade, yeah, absolutely. Alrighty, everyone. Well, I'm gonna do the classic 5 minutes to go. I'm gonna put on the timer here, but I'm really gonna do it this time. For real. So let's put on the clock. Timer. 5 minutes, go. Okay. The timer is active. Okay, 5 minutes, and we'll call it 5 minutes equals 10 minutes. Yeah, no kidding. Well, I'll say this. If I'm in middle of something, when it goes off, I'll finish what I'm saying. But, yeah, 5 minutes, and we'll call it good. Yeah, VF News will be on the main EVO channel. Yeah, for sure. A YouTube channel asks, did they really bring Marvel 2 back to EVO? Yeah, I think what they do is they have a kind of classic game they bring back every year. So last year was Third Strike. I really enjoyed that. And then, yeah, this year's MVC2. What's VF? Oh, Virtua Fighter. VF is Virtua Fighter YouTube channel. Yeah, so I wonder what they'll do next year. But yeah, it kind of gives like one game to tune in for. I don't know much about MVC2, Marvel 2. Otherwise, I'd probably watch it. But
At T-Ray says, how do I get back into playing a fighting game when I haven't touched it in months? Don't go to ranked immediately. Do not just boot the game up and be like,
yeah, YouTube channel. They're making Virtua Fighter 6. That's coming. I think, what, next year? Maybe? Yeah, they rotate retro titles. I think it'd be cool if they had a full lineup of retro games. So rather than having just one, if they had, like, on the second channel, a lineup of retro games. So you had, like, Street Fighter 2, Street Fighter Alpha, King of Fighters, Third Strike. I remember what top 8 for Street Fighter 3 was like. Yes, I remember because I restreamed it. Yeah, remember the Hugo though. The Hugo was really making waves. Scarred Steel asks, thanks so much for the donation, Steel. Optimistic about Ninja Gaiden 4. Great question. Latest gameplay news equals grim. Yeah, exactly, Solitude. Bring back classic KOF. Optimistic about NG4. No. Exactly what you're saying. The more we learn about this game... Yeah, the Hugo player definitely won our hearts. The more we learn about this game, the more I'm like, oh, no, right? Like, every single thing. Like, they showed a clip the other day of the gameplay, and it looked like Ryu launched a dude in the air and was just, like, stuck to him in the air, and he was just, like, juggling him. I was like, oh boy, here we go. So, yeah, I'm obviously when, yeah, the Hugo player was legendary.
It's all about this.
Yeah, obviously, I'm going to try to keep an open mind when I review it, but in terms of like my gut instinct is telling me this might be a mess. This could it be worse than NG3? It definitely could be worse than Ninja Gaiden 3 Razor's Edge. It definitely could be worse than that. Could it be worse than like the original Ninja Gaiden 3? Who knows there? Probably not, but yeah. I'm getting my gut instincts telling me NG4 is going to be kind of lame, probably, but we'll see when it comes out. You never know. But everything they're showing, I'm like, oh boy. Every time I see clips of the game, I'm never like, oh, it's coming, it's coming.
I think fighting games would benefit from the ability to like form a group, jump online, and do all kinds of different online activities, from ranked to casual to labbing together. In the game.
Yeah, I don't know. Hello, if it'll be like DMC or what specifically it'll be like. I guess we'll see.
Hey guys, this is a quick update. You know what? Why don't you take it over, James?
Well, you know that Fenridy guy.
Peter says, "Hey Mark, how did you get good at explaining your points really well? I have a hard time explaining my points in detail when it comes to gaming. Is it just experience or practice or knowledge over time? Definitely experience and practice over time, Peter. Absolutely. Years and years of kind of practicing it, trying to explain myself, trying to explain myself constantly. Yeah, it is sort of a, and then thinking about it." Yeah, exactly, August. Losing hope little bit by little bit. Yeah, but yeah, I think practice is definitely one of the main things. And then trying to state sort of an underlying value. Okay, the timer's off, but I'll finish what I'm saying. Like trying to find what your underlying values are and then trying to explain them. I think that helps a lot. But it takes a little time to get used to. Hello asks, Mark, are you a good public speaker in life and work as well? I am. Yeah, it is a talent of mine. Public speaking. I've always been really good at it, and I've always really enjoyed it. I used to be a tour guide when I was in college, and I was a pretty good tour guide. And then in class, I loved speaking in front of the class. Yeah. So yeah, I'm a good public speaker. That is a skill that I brought to YouTubing for sure. Which is interesting, right? That may distinguish, that may be kind of one of the differential points of maybe my style versus other YouTuber styles, is that I do have a bit more of a public speaker type of approach.
I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, thanks for tuning in.
The ability for people in a duos team to be able to like practice their combo execution together and see if their synergy can
Well, I think that will do it for today. Shinkansen Lion, thanks so much for your donation earlier.
Yeah, try to keep that collaborative energy involved. And
yeah,
really,
I think.
Like, make sure that their fans, there's something that they like and follow that thread.
Yeah, thanks for this. Thanks for tuning in. It was fun. Yeah, so I'll see you later this week with my Ragebound review. You got a little preview of what I'm working on. Kind of the basic idea, though. I think I'm gonna find lots of really cool specific points and explanations and stuff. So